Everybody. The Town of Los Gatos Council meeting of February 6, 2024 is now called to order. May we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Risto?
Here.
Councilmember Ennie?
Here.
Councilmember Moore?
Here.
Vice Mayor Hudas?
Here.
Mayor Badami?
Here. Please stand, everyone, and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, do we have a closed session report, Ms. Whelan? We met earlier this afternoon, shortly before we came in here, so I'll be looking for a report.
Yes, I'll report that the Town Council met in closed session to discuss labor negotiations pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6 and anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 E1, and there's no reportable action at this time.
Thank you. I'll now move on to council matters, and I'm going to start with Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. Since our last meeting, we met on the 16th of January, and on the 18th, the Housing Element Advisory Board met, and I'm one of two council members on there. We'll be discussing the recommendations made by that board later tonight. On the 19th, I met with Girl Scout Troop 60879 to talk about leadership, and they were particularly interested in female leadership and the fact that I had been a Girl Scout. So they had some great questions, and I watched them set their goals for cookie sales and what they wanted to spend the money on. And so it was a really great process to see and nice to meet young women looking forward to being leaders in our community. On the 23rd, Council Member Hudes, or Vice Mayor Hudes, and I met for the Council Policy Committee to set the work plan for the year. On the 24th through the 26th, I, as well as the Vice Mayor and the Mayor, were in Monterey for the League of California Cities New Mayor and Council Member Academy. It's always good to get extra training. I was elected in 2020, and so that academy in January of 21 was virtual on Zoom. And while the information was helpful, talking about finances, land use, other important issues for council members to consider, I would say in two ways it was much more meaningful this time around. One was it's in person, which changes everything, and you can meet other electeds, but also after being in office for 3 years, a lot of the information is more resonant and the context is better. So I would say it was time well spent. On the evening I got back, on the 26th, Cal Cities Peninsula Division held their 2024 legislators address, and our representative, State Senator Josh Becker, was there. A couple other council members were here that I'm sure they'll report, and it was just good to hear, with the impending budget deficit in the state, what programs might be at risk, what the priorities are, and it was an opportunity for us to meet with our local legislators and share our concerns. On the 27th, the Los Gatos Almaden pollinator garden. I worked there for 3.5 hours. I forgot how exhausting it is to garden for that long, but a group of volunteers are working on the pollinator garden on Los Gatos Almaden. And what's great about that is this garden has been accepted into the Growing Natives Garden Show. So on April 14th, there will be gardens all over Santa Clara County that are using natives, and our demonstration gardens, a lot of them are on private property, but this one is on public property. And if anyone wants information, they can ask me, or Kevin Arroyo is putting out the information. But on the 14th of April, you can tour different gardens and just see how you can use natives, water-resistant plantings at your own gardens. On the 29th, I attended the Mid-Peninsula Newt Project Bicyclist Stakeholder Virtual Meeting. MidPen is working on modifications to Alma Bridge Road to reduce the death of newts on that road And I know like people may not think a lot about newts, but in fact, while they've been doing the studies, if you go up on that road at all as a cyclist or especially a pedestrian, you just see in the rainy season when the newts are crossing the road for mating season, they're just getting slaughtered. And the approximation is that 40% of the population is killed by motor vehicles every year trying to cross to mate. And so we will have the population crash and potentially disappear if nothing's done. So MidPenn's been working on a variety of strategies that would still allow traffic to use the road, but allow the newts to cross. And, you know, similar to the Highway 17 undercrossing we'll have for wildlife, there will be like little newt undercrossings and fencings, and it's actually really impressive, but it's kind of cute. And they were getting feedback from cyclists because it will involve structures that are similar to cattle guards, which can actually be really hazardous for cyclists on a turn or when it's wet. And so they were getting feedback from us, and we're quite good at getting that stakeholder feedback. On the 30th, I met with about 7 different people, talked to somebody from the HEB, I spoke with a finance committee member, and I met with a group of people from Saratoga and Cupertino about the proposed rail-to-trail pathway on the old rail line that goes from Los Gatos, like near Netflix, that goes all the way into Cupertino at the soon-to-be-closed cement plant, and possibilities to turn that into a rail trail project that would serve quite a few of our cities. On the 31st, I met with Jim Foley about chamber priorities and a variety of other town issues, and that's about it. And then walking through town the last couple days, you know, I'm sure everybody understands all the weather we had. I think as of this morning, Los Gatos still had 361 residents without power. Last night I was walking on Elmwood, and an entire tree was down that had taken out a pole, a wire, and a transformer. And the worker there told me under the best of circumstances with planning, that would take about 18 hours. So, you know, when you're dealing with rain and last minute and trying to deal with it. And then on my own street, a giant oak came down and took out a whole line and somehow magically did not take out the 2 houses near it, but we've got a few flattened cars. So I think everybody knows, be careful. Trees could still be coming down for the next couple days, and just be really kind and patient to the workers. They are doing the best. 2 of the guys I talked to actually don't have power at their own houses, and they're out there working, and it's very complicated to get the grid back up and running. Thank you.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mayor. I also just wanted to acknowledge the hard work of staff, PG&E, and everyone else who is out there braving the weather so we could all be warm in our houses. I also just want to throw out an anecdote about a resident named Mark Zwang. He's a CERT member, and he has about a dozen generators, and throughout the storm, he was just driving them around to people who needed them, especially people with like medical needs. And it was just, he was posting constantly about all of the people that were getting helped. And it was really, I don't know, it was just like a feel-good story of a really great resident doing something out of the kindness of his heart. I attended the community center feedback meeting facilitated by the Community Health and Senior Services Commission and Los Gatos town staff about the interim community center, and about 40 community members from a variety of organizations and causes attended the meeting, including individuals who lead nonprofits and our older adult organizations. The discussion centered around how to make the best improvements to the space for it to become more welcoming for all ages and to create opportunities for community partners to provide services at the facility. It was exciting to see those individuals discuss what, the direction we had given, and it's great. It's moving along very well. I had the chance to attend the History Club open house. The History Club is a wonderful group of women who don't focus very much on history and what they do. They're more of a service club and organization and a social organization. And but they donate a lot of money to great organizations in the community, and it was great getting to kind of hear about that organization. Along with some other elected officials and people who work in the housing community, I met with Senator Josh Becker at his new district office in Menlo Park about affordable housing. It was a really great discussion. We got to kind of pick his brain about what's going on in Sacramento, and it's interesting. The big takeaway that I've been hearing and talking with him and some other folks in the legislature are that the legislature in the past kind of 5-10 years has really focused on zoning and entitlement changes, making, by right zoning a lot easier, upzoning a lot of California, and they feel like they've kind of done a lot there, and so they're focusing now more on the financing structure and trying to make it easier to finance affordable housing. Not necessarily through putting money down, but by restructuring how a lot of the state loans work. So it was interesting. It sounds like an equally impactful and difficult kind of battle. So I guess stay tuned on that. I also attended the Cities Association legislative address, and the folks we heard were Senator Josh Becker, Senator Aisha Wahab, Assemblymember Mark Berman, and Assemblymember Diane Pappin. And it was really interesting to hear from folks kind of from all different parts of the Bay Area about what's going on. The budget seems bad. I feel like we keep hearing more and more doom and gloom there, but they're also working on a lot of really exciting projects. A lot of Senator Wahab is trying to incorporate and just bring dental into Medi-Cal, which would be like so transformative for people that don't have access to dental care right now. So a lot of exciting stuff happening in Sacramento. At the federal level, I had the pleasure of listening to Vice President Kamala Harris on a reproductive rights tour. I also got to hear from our senators Alex Padilla and LaFonza Butler, who I had never seen or met, and she's very impressive. And also Secretary of Health and Human Services Javier Becerra, who's our own here from California. He was our Attorney General, and now he's working in the Biden administration about kind of everything going on in the world for women and how scary that is. I held my first council member happy hour, which was a ton of fun. About 8 people came out, and we had a great discussion about both things kind of happening in the town, which was fun because they were interested in kind of all of the kind of nitty gritty of what we do up here, which was great because sometimes I feel like a bore talking about that stuff. And then we also just got to know each other better. And so I'm hosting my next one of those happy hours this Thursday at 5 p.m. at Hoppa's Brewing down towards the end of downtown. So that should be a good time. Last couple things is I attended Democracy Tent, enjoyed that meeting this past Monday. Over the weekend, I concluded my time as the assistant coach of the Lee wrestling team. We had our finals, and Lee did great. The team did well. I also attended the HEB meeting and the Cities Association Legislative Action Committee, which is a group that basically recommends what bills and priorities cities should be adopting when it comes to state legislation. So if you have any big bills or anything that you're particularly interested in, let me know. And then I'll also be holding my community coffee this coming Friday, and I think I have a slot still open at 8:30 a.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you. My report's a little shorter. I do like the idea of an hour where council members can be happy, though. On 117, I met with the Finance Commission chair to discuss the Commission's future work and direction for the Commission. On 124, the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Risk Oversight Committee met. Of course, I attended. On 125, I met with Jen Foley to discuss a number of items. I think one of the biggest ones was what other possible options for the post office building other than a 6-story building would be possible. And I think we actually got another application that's not a 6-story building. And we also talked about the rental potential options for the Tate and Forbes Mill museums that Jim has been working on. Today I met with neighbors near the proposed community garden by Pinehurst and Lynn. I also met with the architect Jay Plett today. He's asking us to make some modifications to our SB 9 ordinance to allow setbacks, the step back to be allowed as a porch instead of the first floor porch instead of the first floor living space being part of the step back. I understand from him that that should be coming to council at some point soon. That was my report.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hudes.
Hi, thanks. I'll just cover some highlights of some of the meetings that I was at. Being 3 weeks since our last meeting, we've had lots and lots of meetings, so you can understand all of what's going on. I would maybe just highlight the Cities Association Board of Directors meeting for Santa Clara County, which we held on the 18th. And there were some, this is where basically every city has one vote, which is good because some of our smaller cities are better represented than in some of the other forums. A couple of things that were, I thought, really interesting there. One was a public safety child-safe gun locks program that's being done in Sunnyvale, and there are resources to do that in other communities where they distribute gun locks and do some training on gun safety. One of the other things that they covered were the priorities for this group. And so we were successful in having another fifth priority added to their already four, which are pretty standard. The fifth one is older adult services. And there was a great deal of interest in other communities, and people actually came up and said to me, you guys got your act together in Los Gatos on this, and that's, I think, a testament to how far we've come with adult services. So that was a very interesting meeting. Let's see, I met with the chair of the Finance Commission, as I think he's meeting with each of the folks there. I met with the director of the Chamber of Commerce. We talked about a lot of things, but particularly focused on the idea of improving Los Gatos as a destination, and specifically as a wedding destination where there's the possibility of having family and people come in for an extended weekend and stay at our nice hotels and use our nice restaurants and take advantage of the trail and all of that. I met with the Initiatives and Publicity Committee of the Older Adults Thrive, and they have some really great things that they're cooking up. I think I won't steal their thunder, but they're going to come out with some very interesting activities for older adults. And I also toured the Mountain View Senior Center on the 22nd. The Older Adults Thrive group got together a couple of times during the course of this, and I would just say that I think this group is growing in its in the number of people and in the commitment of the people who are working on this new foundation. I participated in the New Mayor's Council Members Academy, and that was very good. I had participated in a virtual version of that, but this was much better, and really got to hear about some of the issues, challenges, and brush up on my own ethics training and some things like that that were required. It was a very good conference, and a real opportunity to interact with some people, particularly had some repeated time with the folks from Cupertino. I think thanks to Councilmember Risto's relationship with some of the folks there, we actually got to get to know a bit more of their city. I met with Eleanor Yick from the chair of the Community Health and Senior Services Commission, and I also met with the developers who are proposing a rebuild of Los Gatos Meadows, which is a senior continuing care, and they have some new ideas, and we talked about the possibility of some of what they're doing counting toward housing. I met with Jim Foley, I think others have as well, and let's see, that kind of brings us to this week, where I was dealing with a leaky roof and still trying to take phone calls, and I understand the power came on at 6:15 today. So we're thankful for all of the work of our town staff and employees who've kept us safe and kept people off of streets that they shouldn't be on, and worked closely with PG&E in order to get power restored where it needs to be.
Thank you. On January 22nd, I toured the Mountain View Community Center with members of the Foundation for Older Adults to Thrive. On January 24th through the 25th, I attended the Mayor's Academy in Monterey along with Councilmember Ristow and Vice Mayor Hudes. On January 30th, I met with Jim Foley of the Chamber of Commerce, and we discussed several items, including the Chamber's goal to address beach traffic. So I hope they come up with a solution. We've been trying very hard on that for a long time. On January 30th, I met with Nancy Roulette, the Executive Director of Los Gatos Recreation, to discuss the Senior Services Program. On January 31st, I met with the Executive Director for West Valley Solid Waste Management Authority to discuss the upcoming meeting. On February 1st, I participated in the West Valley Clean Water Authority Board meeting, and we reviewed the strategic priorities for 2024. Later that same afternoon, I participated in the West Valley Solid Waste Management Authority Board meeting, and the board assessed liquidated damages in the amount of $115,238 to West Valley Collection for performance failures. On February 3rd, on a fun note, I attended the Los Gatos Rotary Crab Fest and auction at St. Andrew's Church. This was a sold-out event and a very successful fundraiser. And with that, I'll turn to our town manager for her report.
Thank you, and good evening. Just one announcement. We are recruiting for several opportunities on town boards, commissions, and committees. The applications are due on March 4th. The opportunities include our Planning Commission, Parks and Sustainability Commission, our General Plan Committee, Personnel Board, and the single position on the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee that is for someone who is both a business owner and a resident here in Los Gatos. So please visit our clerk webpage for more information. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I welcome announcements on our Finance Commission selection. So I'm going to look to Vice Mayor Hudes for an announcement.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to announce the appointment of Joe Rogers to the Finance Commission. Joe's in our back row here, and very experienced finance executive, both in leading large finance organizations as well as in the investment community, and long-term resident, and I think will be a terrific addition to our Finance Commission. So thank you, Joe, for being willing to serve.
And welcome. We look forward to your participation. At this time, I'll look to Councilmember Moore for his announcement.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be appointing Ashby Monk to the Finance Commission. Dr. Ashby Monk is currently a senior research engineer at the School of Engineering at Stanford, and he's also somehow the executive director of the Stanford Research Initiative on Long-Term Investing. He has more than 20 years of experience studying and advising investment organizations, and he's authored multiple books and published hundreds of papers on institutional investing. And I think perhaps most importantly, for his role on the Los Gatos Finance Commission, Ashby prepared the briefing for the Biden-Harris administration on unfunded pension liabilities, so a real expert in the financial world. And he also previously served on the Los Gatos Finance Committee before it became the Los Gatos Finance Commission. So I'm very glad to have him serving the town again.
All right, I don't believe he's present, but if he's listening on Zoom, we welcome you, Mr. Monk, so thank you. We now move to our consent items. And items appearing on our consent calendar, they're considered routine town business, and they may be approved by one motion. Any member of the council may request to have an item removed for comment and action, and members of the public can also provide input. So at this time, I am going to look to see if we have any speakers for the consent items, which I have no speaker cards. So with that, I am going to look to my fellow council members for comment, and I will call on Vice Mayor Hudes.
I had a question on number 5, which is the authorization for funds for unhoused residents to be used for the hotel program. And I'm just wondering if we anticipate whether that's enough given where we are in the season and the usage. Do we think we're so I'm not really questioning that that money is coming from the county grant program. I'm just wondering where we are, whether we think that's going to last for the season.
Thank you for the question, Katie Nomura, Assistant Town Manager. That is our estimate. At least we hope that this will get us through the rainy season. Of course, it depends on the actual weather and the forecasts that come through, but that is our hope and intention.
Okay, thank you.
All right, do I have a motion or any further comments? Councilmember Ritzdow.
I'll move to approve items 1 through 5. And I also wanted, item 5 did come up at the last minute. And I just want to thank our staff, our faith leaders, the county for making it possible for us to have the funding and the work to provide this hotel program for our unhoused in severe weather situations. Also, a huge thank you to our 3 hotels for their flexibility and their compassion. So with that, I move to approve items 1 through 5.
Councilmember Moore.
Second.
All right, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. At this time, we'll accept verbal communications on any item that is not on the agenda. I see no speaker cards unless anybody would like to come forward with one. At this time, I'll call Lindley Finch. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Lindley. That's
okay. Thank you.
So before I came tonight, I asked a few people what they would like for me to say. And every one of them told me how important it is to the townspeople here in Los Gatos that we stop focusing on the diversity, equity, inclusion. It seems apparent as we grow in wisdom and we learn more that they weren't disclosing over the last 4 years. But we should know enough now that we should know that those were some mistakes, and 2024 is going to be a great year, and hopefully we'll live in the truth and we'll talk about things that are real and what's really important, but race and sex and all that stuff is not important. But that is really the only thing that I was told to express tonight, so thank you.
Thank you. I see no speaker cards coming forward. Do we have any hands on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
All right, I am going to close verbal communications, and we are going to move on to other business, which would be item number 6, and that's to discuss and provide direction to staff on the proposed revisions to the draft revised 2023 through 2031 housing element. Welcome, Ms. Schuchman. We look forward to your report.
Thank you and good evening. The primary purpose of this agenda item is for the Town Council to review and discuss the most recent proposed revisions that both staff and the housing element consultant have made to the latest edit of the housing element. All of these edits are meant to encompass the December 1st HCD comment letter, direction provided by the Town Council on January 16th, suggested edits provided by the town's outside legal counsel, an informal preliminary review matrix provided to the town on January 18th, and recommendations provided by the Housing Element Advisory Board at their meeting on January 18th. Attachment 7 of the staff report includes the draft revised housing element and track changes with the most recent edits shown in a green highlight. On January 18th, staff and the housing element consultant were able to meet with the town's HCD reviewer and received an informal preliminary review matrix that was provided in attachment 9. Staff then compiled attachment 8 to represent how each HCD comment was responded to in the revised document, as well as to provide a summary of the verbal feedback provided by the HCD reviewer during the meeting. On February 1st, the housing element consultant requested informal feedback from the town's HCD reviewer on the town's draft approach as presented in Attachment 7. A follow-up inquiry of when the town may receive informal feedback was sent again by the consultant today. An addendum report was provided yesterday with responses to council members' questions. This completes staff's presentation. However, we are available for any questions, in addition to Veronica Tam, the town's housing element consultant, as well as outside legal counsel from Goldfarb and Littman. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council members? Vice Mayor Hudes.
Thank you. I had some questions about the process. I think I'll hold my content questions until after we hear from the public, but I sent over earlier a copy of the minutes from the December 19 meeting. I'm wondering if that's available to put up on the screen. So I have some questions about it. This was the process that was approved by the council unanimously on December 19th. And so we have a document in front of us. And my question first is, were the edits in the housing element reviewed by the council per steps 2 and 3 prior to submitting them to HCD?
Thank you for that question. I'll start, and the planning manager may want to jump in. All of the edits that are presented tonight in Attachment 7 encompass the direction from the council at their meeting on January 16th, any edits we received from outside legal counsel, any edits that were suggested by the Housing Element Advisory Board, and any additional edits based on that preliminary review matrix that the town received from the HCD reviewer. That encompasses all of the direction that we got to make to these edits.
So I maybe repeat my question. Was a version of the housing element submitted to HCD that had not been reviewed by the council?
So the town's housing element consultant, similar to what she did previously on December 24th, requested informal feedback from a reviewer of whether the direction that the town was pursuing was adequate or not. And so that was done on February 1st.
And if I may, through the mayor, Jennifer Armour, planning manager.
Yes.
These were just informal submittals. It was not a formal submittal. It was just informal review by HCD as requested under item 4. Where there was a request that we, as frequently as possible, get feedback from HCD on potential modifications. And so no formal submittal has been made to HCD since the comment letter of December 1st.
So if I could follow up, it sounds like there were draft to the housing element text that was sent to HCD that was not reviewed by council because it came on the 18th from the Housing Element Advisory Board and perhaps other items as well. And so I'm trying to understand how this process is being followed because it looks to me like step 2 says to bring text to the council and then to review the comments with the council and then to review it with HCD. So it looks to me like, that's not being followed from the answer that I've heard. The other question that I have is about step 5, which is review the housing element with the Housing Element Advisory Board when the draft is complete. So it looks to me like the meeting on the 18th, housing element, and it's difficult to know exactly what happened at the Housing Element Advisory Board because there is no transcript. There's an audio recording that's difficult to follow, and there are no minutes that have been published. But now there are items included in the draft tonight that went to HCD on February 1st, I believe, that we're now being asked to consider. So I guess my question would be, what are the reasons for staff deviating from this unanimous decision by the council?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Jennifer Armour again. In response to those questions, I would share that the Housing Element Advisory Board meeting of the 18th of January was scheduled prior to getting feedback from council on the 16th. It was scheduled for that date to allow the process to move forward as quickly as possible, and we did make it clear to the Housing Element Advisory Board that we would be returning to Town Council for additional feedback. But it was an opportunity for additional outreach to the public, as has clearly been important to the Town Council. In addition, having that meeting in the interim does not preclude us from returning to the Housing Element Advisory Board once a draft is complete, as requested by Council in that motion.
Well, if I could just comment and follow up. It looks to me like this process is not being followed, that the process that's being followed is exactly the same process that we followed over the last 2 years, where staff took drafts to the Housing Element Advisory Board, took their input, and went to HCD with that without going to council. And so I'm just baffled that that process is being followed, given these 5 steps that were laid out.
So I have a quick question to follow up on that. So if that draft was reviewed informally with HCD looking for input, and that's probably being presumptuous that the council would approve all the edits by the Housing Element Advisory Board, but if we didn't, and I couldn't find an audible recording of it, could it be that there would be different comments from HCD?
Thank you for that.
We won't know that.
Thank you for that question. The working with HCD to try and get feedback as frequently as possible is clearly in the interest of moving this forward and providing the Town Council with as much direction from HCD on the most recent language as quickly as possible. And so as was the process with Los Altos, which has been used as a model in some of the examples that have been previously discussed, reaching out to HCD for these informal reviews. And as a result, we were able to get the interim matrix on the 18th, which is now part of, for your consideration tonight, provides some very helpful clarification that there are some components of what was presented to the Town Council on the 16th that do satisfy the concerns from HCD. So we are working to provide as much clear information for your consideration, but there are always options for you to make modifications as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from council members? Councilmember Moore.
Just while we're on this topic, I'll comment to say that as one of the people that unanimously voted for this process, I feel like this process is being followed. I think we're asking staff to do impossible things here, because number 4 here says meet with HCD as frequently as they will permit, which is what staff did. And if we didn't want the HEB to meet and review the housing element, we should have said that on the meeting on the 16th, because we knew they were meeting on the 18th. So I don't think it's fair to be upset with the process on this. As someone who voted for this process, I feel like we are following this process. I feel like we're in a great position because we have a potentially submittable draft here. So I'm just a little confused on why where we are out of sync, because I think we're in a good place.
Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. And I want to thank staff because, when I look at all the attachments and amendments and everything else, there's a lot of things to track. And as somebody who voted also for this process, I don't know that I would have parsed it exactly the way it was stated, but the overall intent of this motion was what I wanted. It's not possible to do item 4 without telling HCD what our draft looks like. So I don't understand what the hang-up is. Was it a formal submission or not? It wasn't, but HCD cannot give feedback on something that they can't see. And we are not going, I'm assuming that the comment, review with HCD as frequently as they'll permit doesn't mean every 2 weeks after the council meets. So I'm not seeing any discrepancy whatsoever. And I don't have any questions about this right now. I'll save my comments for after we get to public comment. But thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none. All right, at this point in time, I'm going to open public comment. I don't have any speaker cards, and if anybody would like to come forward with a speaker card and comment on this item, I welcome your input. See nobody come forward, I'll look to see if there's anybody on Zoom that would like to comment. Any hands up?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
I will close public comment, go back to council for discussion, for comments, motions. Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. First of all, I'll say that as I went through all of the items, I would like to ask staff their opinion because as I look at this, I feel like a lot of the steps, we have a fair amount of clarity from HCD that were there. Other parts, we were asked to expand on things, and we don't know yet from HCD if there's enough. So I'll just say where I'm sitting right now, I'm not ready to say, let's make this the formal application because I don't really want to be in a position where we then have to wait 60 days to hear back and we start another cycle. So without torturing everybody, I think we're going to have to work through a lot of this tonight before we know if we're really there or not or if we have an idea. I would also say that the HCD, having worked on this for many years, they and the staff and the consultants did the bulk of this work. And the fact that we're almost there is due to the hard work of a lot of our resident volunteers, but also due to the fact that we've spent a lot of money on consultants and a lot of staff time on this. So I don't want to extend it much longer, but I do want to make sure that we get it right. So I don't know if we're going to go through segments of this or how the mayor was intending that we would approach this item tonight.
Okay, well, I have a question for staff before we work through this. And I believe our housing consultant, is she on Zoom? Veronica Tam? Is she present tonight?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, all right. So as I read this draft, it's reading for zoning for multifamily townwide. Did you recommend this? And are you aware of any other towns that included this in their housing element?
That's not the actual interpretation of that requirement. We're not proposing that at all. I think the language is intended to, for one thing, HCD does and has been asking some jurisdictions that are considered higher end to provide more housing choices in lower density single family neighborhoods, but that's not the intent of the way that it's written to indicate that it will be rezoning the entire town. The way it's written is that this town council would have the ultimate decision later on, but we will look at some single-family neighborhoods or lower density residential destinations and maybe provide a little bit more choices. So I think how we're going to narrow it down, that can be something that we can
refined with HCD, but the intent of that revision and HCD's request is absolutely not to require you to put multifamily throughout the entire town.
Vice Mayor Hudes.
I wanted to ask about that and then to have some questions about the CEQA and whether the CEQA study is adequate. The current draft housing element reverts to the language in the suspended 2040 general plan. And so my first question is, do the changes to single-family resident units allow the multifamily medium density residential, do those appear on the site inventory or in the totals that are in the table that we've submitted?
I can answer that quickly, and staff can supplement that. No, the specific requirement that HCD has for towns like yours is to provide opportunities in lower density neighborhoods. And specifically, HCD's request is that's beyond RENA. And so the number that we're looking for is probably fairly minor numbers compared to your RENA, but it is above your RENA. And because the rezoning is up to you later on to decide where to put it and how to implement this, it is not indicated in the site's inventory as a parcel specific allocations. It's just a commitment that you will implement later on.
Vice Mayor.
If I could follow up, looking at the 2040 general plan, because now we've brought back this concept of multifamily in single-family residential town-wide, the 2040 general plan identified what I could tell was 2,879 possible maximum or possible build-out units, yet only 467 were studied in the EIR. And so that number is 2,412 above the EIR, or 121% over the RENA allocation. So with and plus our existing buffer of 19%, that equals a new buffer of 140% over the RENA allocation. That doesn't sound like a small number to me. It sounds like if that number were the case, our EIR would not be valid. And so I'd be really interested in how we could be proposing a townwide zoning change without estimating the units, or is it valid to use the estimate that was in the 2040 general plan?
Thank you for the question. I'll start, and the planning manager may want to jump in. What was studied under the housing element in terms of environmental review was within what was analyzed in the 2040 general plan. So the housing units within the housing element did not exceed what was already analyzed in the 2040 general plan. So it's still within those limits. And to this program, particularly for J, the wording is really looking at low to medium density designations. So it's not precluding only single family, it's also looking at medium designations as well. And I'll see if the planning manager would like to add anything else.
Thank you. Yes, Jennifer Armour, planning manager. I would add to that when we look at the draft 2040 general plan that was analyzed as part of that EIR, that did include increases in density in a number of the designations, the land use designations. In addition, it included in a number of policies, including consideration of some multifamily types units, triplexes and fourplexes within some of the low density zones. While some of That was reduced in what was eventually approved by council. All of that was part of what was analyzed in the draft EIR and what was certified, and so therefore is in place. So all that's being described here in the housing element, we find and our environmental consultants found, does fall within what was analyzed under that EIR. Thank you.
I'm going to have some more questions about the EIR after we talk about where this rezoning relates to, but I'll let other people go now.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mayor. So would you mind Vice Mayor Hudes, would you mind pointing to where you're seeing this in the document, the what you're referring to?
I'm referring to the language in Program J that came in after our council review that frankly did not comply with your motion that said we should use the Los Altos, similar to Los Altos, but instead it adopted language that had been part of the general plan that came back in at the Housing Element Advisory Board meeting. This is why I have been very concerned about this process of jumping from the council to the Housing Element Advisory Board to HCD and then back, because now I am confused about what it is the council authorized, because I don't believe the council authorized what's currently in the document.
Okay, so just to continue on, so you're talking about the town-wide language, and so what I read in the staff response in the staff report is that staff is requesting direction from the town council regarding Hebe's motion of the language change. So I think as it reads now, it's still in a variety of neighborhoods like the council approved.
I think the concern here, though, is that those comments went on to HCD as part of an informal review. Vice Mayor Hudes?
Well, I would say that there was language that was added after the Housing Element Advisory Board meeting that relates to the multifamily residential that was not part of what was considered by the council.
Councilmember Rennie.
So to try to clarify a little more, I think Councilmember Hudes is talking about what's listed under the quantified objective, where we changed from 50-unit goal to 150-unit goal, and then the words that were added with the goal of achieving 100% of the units in low to medium density designations and high medium income areas. Is that what you're referring to?
Those are some of them, but there were other changes as well in Section J, Program J.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. And so I'll just add context since I sit on the HEB that number. We talked a lot about that number actually, and kind of that all of that. The reason that the HEB ended up recommending the increase to 150 units is because HCD specifically said we recommend increasing that number to 150 units. So that was the that's I think when HCD gives us clear direction, which is not always the case. The conversation that the HEB had was they're telling us to do 150. Let's do 150, and 150, in my opinion, is not a huge number when you're looking at the 2,500 in the overall housing element.
Councilmember Rennie.
Since we're on that one, I wanted to ask staff about what a goal really means, because I actually don't think 150 units is a very achievable goal. This goes back to my comments I've made before about the economics of we're talking about small units, so this is like bulldozing probably a house somewhere or two houses and building a couple duplexes. The economics don't work very well to make that happen. You got to buy an expensive house, you got to bulldoze it, and then hope that you can make more money off of two duplexes. So I think in some areas where you've got some rundown houses, it might work. I don't think it's going to work in the expensive neighborhoods very well. So what does it mean if we don't get anywhere near our 150 units? I mean, how much of a promise is this?
Thank you for the question. So this is a new metric for the town to include in its housing element. It wasn't included in the previous cycle. And so this was something that was asked by HCD for the town to include, just to try and quantify exactly what your goal is. So we have a program, but what does that produce in an estimate of housing units? We haven't been informed by HCD that they're going to be monitoring this number like they will be monitoring the town's RENA production, but instead it was really just trying to quantify some of these programs in terms of their housing production.
And I would just add that I'd like to make goals that maybe they could be a stretch goal, but somewhat achievable, and I'm just wondering whether this is even in the achievable range.
Just to add to that, another option to get to the small multi-unit that this program is describing, it also can be achieved through SB 9 with the urban lot splits and the 2-unit housing development. So that's another opportunity to attract these small multi-unit homes.
I have a question for staff. There's been some recommendations made by HEB, but we don't have access to an audible recording, so that we don't really know exactly the specifics of a motion or knowing the reasoning behind it. So, and apparently we are unable to get a transcript made of the HEB meeting. Is that correct? But we're still to discuss tonight their recommendations. Is that appropriate without having full information?
So staff summarized all of the motions made by HEB in the staff report for this evening. We don't have transcripts available at this time for the HEB meeting.
Vice Mayor Hudis?
I'd be interested in the town attorney's opinion on whether we have a representation of these changes that were made by the Housing Element Advisory Board. I listened to nearly 3 hours of audio of the HEB meeting, and I listened to 2 motions over and over again because they were not precise, and there's no minutes to state the motion, and so I'm interested in the town attorney's opinion about whether we should adequately consider we can adequately consider the Housing Element Advisory Board recommendations given this situation, and whether we shouldn't just revert to the document before it went to the Housing Element Advisory Board.
Having been present at the HEB meeting, it's my opinion that the staff report before the council adequately summarizes the motions that were made by the HEB, but it's definitely within the town council purview to vote to continue this item until a transcript is available, if that's preferable.
Councilmember Risto, followed by Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. I mean, looking at Program J, I remember the conversation the council had originally where, first there was a discussion of let's copy and paste from other successful housing elements. And so Los Altos had, in the statement, when I look at, in our packet, page 172, I think that's 1046 of the housing element tracking, it talks about the specific words that Los Altos used were households and expand housing in all neighborhoods. And then the council had a discussion and changed it to a variety of neighborhoods. And then the HEB talked about a suggestion of townwide. I don't know that any of those have any legal standing. What we're talking about is just what is a way to say that we're not committing to every neighborhood, but we're not going to just put it in one neighborhood or another. and we were looking at words. And I do appreciate, having been at the Housing Element Advisory Board myself, that staff did capture all of our items and, put our comments separately. So I don't know if the town attorney wants to comment, or our consultant, on whether legally variety of neighborhoods versus townwide. There was a discussion of wanting to sound robust enough that we're not just putting everything over in one corner, that we would look across the town in the right places, and the town council still holds the ability to decide where that is. So I don't know if our consultants can comment on that.
Certainly, I think the language is specifically, as you mentioned, to give you some flexibility how you would want to handle it when you actually do the zoning amendments, or it doesn't. It's trying to balance not specifically identify just one neighborhood, which a city may interpret that as a very discretionary decision to just put it in one place. And the whole point about this AFFH requirements is to open up some opportunities in your lower density neighborhoods and medium density neighborhoods. So we wanted to say that it will be in a variety of neighborhoods, but give you that flexibility how to determine it later on. And not specifically, or give the impression that you want to just quote unquote dump it in one neighborhood. And that's kind of what we want to balance. And again, I think when we had the meetings with HCD, the reviewers specifically told us to kind of group all the goal 150 units, and not be specific about how you're going to achieve the 150 units. Just like Jocelyn was mentioning before, you could do it with SB 9, you could do it with additional ADUs, you can do it with this variety, like multifamily in lower density neighborhoods, so long as you come up with 150 units. So if you overachieve in one area, you may not have to do as much in the other areas. So HCD actually was trying to give the town more flexibility too when you do implement it.
So as a follow-on, I guess, if we're getting stuck on the word townwide and the council had said variety of neighborhoods, is it your impression that HCD would balk at us going back to variety of neighborhoods, or was there something about townwide that sounded more appealing to them? Or I don't know if the attorney or our consultant can answer that, are we tying our hands more with one phrase versus another?
I think we can use a variety of neighborhoods, and rather than indicating townwide.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll just say that I as the attorney has alluded to, I think the staff report, the 2 pages of the staff report from the comments or recommendations from HCD are super, super clear about what HCD recommended. It shares the motions and then the staff response. And so I'm thinking that it might make sense to work through those, because it sounds like some of those are not, I'm perfectly content to leave in a variety of neighborhoods and not do townwide. I don't think we need to get hung up on that, but I think it might make sense to work through these so we know what we're talking about when we're saying that there's comments here that we don't like that they were added. I think it might make sense to kind of go through those instead of kind of jumping over the place.
Thank you. Before I go to Vice Mayor Hudes, this was our concern, my concern actually, with HEB substituting townwide without council's input. And now we have the housing consultant also saying that variety is a much better word than going with townwide. But unfortunately, HCD has already reviewed townwide. Vice Mayor Hudes.
Yeah, I wanted to ask another question. So we're using this term townwide or variety. Is there any requirement in the draft to exclude sensitive areas? Is there anything in the draft that excludes multifamily housing from, certain areas such as very high fire hazard severity zones or historic neighborhoods? or far from transit? Is there any, so in other words, we're adopting a housing element now. Is there any constraint on this where this would be adopted?
Thank you for that question. Just for clarification, the language that was sent over to HCD for their feedback on February 1st said in a variety. It did not say townwide. So that was not changed. We requested the council's feedback tonight before we made that change. So HCD has the term in a variety for Program J for their feedback. And in terms of studying, there was discussion at the HEB meeting that perhaps this would exclude historic districts or high fire severity zones. So that's part of what the studying and developing what this could look like in the future.
Councilmember Rennie?
So the proposed language in here, as has been mentioned, says a variety of neighborhoods, doesn't say townwide. So I think we should just drop the townwide, stay with this. I mean, we're arguing over something that's not even in the proposed language. So I'll make a motion to say we leave it as what's in here for a variety of neighborhoods and not change it to townwide.
All right, Councilmember Ristow.
I'll second the motion.
Comments from council members? Vice Mayor?
I won't be supporting the motion because it doesn't address the fact that this could be implemented in very high fire hazard severity zones and others. And if we leave this housing element in front of HCD as it is and it's certified, and then we try to change it, I think there are going to be some problems with that. And so I think that if we are going to go with townwide, we need to articulate what are the exceptions. First of all, I don't think it's the right way to go, but I would also say that if we go that way, it would be better to articulate the exceptions.
Councilmember Rennie.
We're not going townwide. I don't know what Councilmember Hudis is hung up on here. So the motion is to keep it as a variety of neighborhoods, which means we get to choose what's neighborhoods. When we're up here, we can say it's not going to be in any high fire zones or other special areas. We get to choose. So it seems to me like it's perfect language. So I don't see any reason to not go ahead with this motion.
So I'll add the comment, but what's wrong with choosing now? I have very high concerns with high fire neighborhoods. I mean, it's public safety. It's one of our top strategic priorities for the town. And to not do this now, to me, it's prudent to add some specificity rather than wait, especially with high fire zone areas, putting multifamily housing without proper evacuation, ingress, egress issues. I can't move forward with that without more specificity now. So I will, Councilmember Moore.
And so just so, again, I think for the public's knowledge, we're talking about implementation programs that we are not, there's no program here yet. So we would have to create the program right now is my feeling about trying to get more specific about this. I think what we're talking about with Program J is that we're creating an implementation program with this language, not, we're directing staff to create an implementation program in the future. I don't think we're really doing much here.
My concern with J was that we were trying to model it after Los Altos, and Los Altos was able to put some clever wording in there that had some specificity. So we did not follow that. It was recommended, and actually was recommended by Planning Commissioner Hansen, who's also a HEB member as well. Who had their hand up first? Was it, I'm sorry, Councilmember Rennie, go ahead.
So we're not following Los Altos. They said townwide, so then they put in some specificity so that they didn't have to do it townwide. We've already said it's not townwide. If you want to say, it's probably not a problem if you want to add in a variety of neighborhoods, which will exclude high fire zones. We can add that in. I don't think it hurts anything.
Well, I think that would be great. And while you're at it, maybe the historic districts as well, and maybe Vice Mayor Hudes.
Yeah, if we're going to go that direction, I think it's much better to go in the direction that Los Altos went. But if we're going to go in the direction of leaving it open, meaning variety or townwide, whatever term we use, that we list some exclusions. And I have a few suggestions about how we might do that as a possible amendment to the motion.
I would be interested in hearing that because I really hope that council can work for consensus. Councilmember Rennie, you had your hand up first.
I'm going to withdraw my motion and let it reconstitute.
Okay. Councilmember Ristow.
Yes, thank you. And Len, if we're going to be really precise, Los Altos was all neighborhoods. So we're talking about wording that says all neighborhoods and then it made exceptions. Is that correct? That's what I have on my tracking. Okay. And then another question I have for the town attorney is if we decide to make exceptions, if we say, for example, high fire danger zones, does that have a legal meaning? And what if it's determined that 75% of our town is high fire zone? Then what does HCD say about that?
Sounds like two questions. So the first question would be a question of like statutory interpretation. And when there's a question over what a statute means, one of the canons is if you listed a bunch of specific things, anything that you didn't list is deemed to be excluded. So I think that's what you're getting at. So that if there was confusion over what the language was intended to mean, someone interpreting it would say, oh, you listed all these specific things. Anything not specifically listed is included. And then your second question, remind me of your second question.
I think you covered it by talking about whether we excluded things. Oh, then I was talking about, well, what if we set a zone that covered most of our neighborhoods? Then what will HCD say? Because I'm going back to the very beginning of when the housing element, when the RENA numbers were allocated, there wasn't a single community that didn't say we don't have, rightfully, we don't have enough water, or we're built out, or we have fire zones, and everybody's appeal was denied. Mm-hmm. So I'm just concerned that if we set some boundaries right now, is this going to bounce back to us with them saying that's so restrictive, you're not covering enough of the town, or you're only putting it in one census tract?
Yeah, I think our housing consultant will have some helpful information on this because we did talk about this at the staff level on whether it was more beneficial to be general or more specific. And so I'm going to turn it over to Veronica Tam.
Yeah, I usually recommend that you be a little bit more general right now if it's acceptable to HCD. And they actually recommend that you don't kind of like tie your own hands right now when you do have the opportunities later on to discuss it a little bit more. I do think that, if you want to specifically say excluding high fire areas, that's probably fine. But then I would not recommend adding too many conditions at this time to kind of disqualify a lot of the neighborhoods without actually going into studying.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you. So I think we should leave it as is because it seems like HCD has no issue with in a variety of neighborhoods. And we've heard that there's not any real teeth on in a variety of neighborhoods. So I think it's perfectly reasonable to leave it as is. And we spent, I feel like, a good hour on just Program J in our last meeting. So I don't think we need to, relitigate this. I think it's adequate. And I think there's other things in here that are more maybe worth talking about. I think it's fine leaving it as is. I'd also support, if we want to add in the high fire zone piece, but I don't think we should go beyond that.
Vice Mayor Hudes.
I think we do need to spend some time on J. It's going to impact hundreds of residents, thousands of residents, because it effectively says that multifamily housing will be allowed in single-family neighborhoods, and it doesn't specify any boundary to that. And so that maybe when we get around to doing the zoning, maybe it'll come out right, maybe it won't, maybe some of us won't be up here, who knows? But the important thing is that we do something that's consistent and correct. And I would like to follow, I'm going to put a motion on the table which actually follows Mr. Moore's motion from last time, which was his motion was to bundle the steps to increase housing mobility similar to Los Altos in the town's housing element and modify Program J language from in all neighborhoods to in a variety of neighborhoods. And I would specifically move to replace the language that's in our current draft that has worked its way through the Housing Element Advisory Board, and to replace the language in the paragraph that starts with zoning for small multi-unit housing, and to replace that with language similar to Los Altos, which is rezoning, modify zoning to allow residential or increased residential intensity and or density of residential throughout Los Gatos. This includes zoning amendments already completed along higher intensity corridors with access to transit and other opportunities, North 40, Los Gatos Boulevard, Highway 9, and Winchester Boulevard, and for sites within lower density neighborhoods, Oka Lane, Lark Avenue, Union Avenue, downtown area, and see Program AZ, which has been implemented. So I would make that motion. I don't know whether these things are ones where you want to see text on the screen before you vote on them, but that is an adaptation that is consistent with Councilmember Moore's motion last time.
Would it be helpful for council to see that on the screen? Are we going to be comfortable voting on this? It's not helpful to you? I'm sorry, the screen for you? Okay. Yes, if we
I
could
can send it to staff right now.
While you're doing that, is the paragraph that would be modified the one that begins update the zoning code to facilitate small multi-unit housing in the low to medium designations? I have page 1047.
Yes, and 173 of our packet, page 1047.
I need to check the page number. Fortunately, there are no bookmarks in this document, so it's 1,000 pages. This would apply to programs AY and program J. AY is a summary, contains a summary of J, so they need to be consistent.
Councilmember Estel.
Can I ask a quick question? I mean, we had a list of comments from HCD and from the consultants on here. Are we working through that table? Because
well, actually,
when we jump all over, I'm getting really confused. And we've adopted some of these at our last council meeting. HEB made some suggestions, and we can accept those or not. But are we changing some of the recommendations we made at our last council meeting that's been reviewed? Or are we trying to incorporate feedback from HCD? I need to follow this process so I know what we're doing.
Well, if we look at the staff report, the purpose of this agenda is to review and discuss the proposed revisions that staff, the housing element consultant, and the town's outside legal counsel have made. So with that, we also have HEB that made recommendations that we did not get an opportunity to review. So it's a little bit of a convoluted process, but along with Program J, if we want to follow the staff report right now, if we look at A and number 1, we're on Program J. So we can continue to work through it. I think there was some question as how much stock do we put into the Housing Element Advisory Board's meeting, and the town attorney said that we should listen to what they had to say, even though we don't have an audible recording. Vice Mayor.
I'd like to request a short recess so that I can provide text for the motion that I provided.
All right, would 5 minutes suffice or 10 minutes?
5 is fine.
5-minute break, 5-minute recess. Council's back in session, and we have a motion on the table that we're hoping to put on the screen so that all council members can review the wording of the motion. Is there any possibility it can be enlarged, or is that a lost cause? Yes? Okay. Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mayor. I will not be supporting this motion. I like the language as it is.
All right, I'm going to second the motion. Any comments? Councilmember Ristow?
I'm trying to understand how it differs from the language that we have. And so, you know, we've got this one marked up tracking copy. So which paragraph? I mean, combining programs J and AY, they don't show up in the same place on our document. So
I believe it's adding specificity to identifying certain opportunity areas. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, so we have language in both J and AY now. AY is meant to be a summary of ways that we're addressing mobility, and J is one specific program. So that the language that we see about the small multi-family, small multi-unit housing that applies in a variety of neighborhoods is in two different places in J and AY. I'm suggesting that we let staff sort that out, but we agree on language that gets applied to both of those places.
Before the council votes, we do have the housing consultant and outside counsel available in case the council wants their thoughts on whether this would work getting certification with HCD.
yeah, I would like that information. I'm also trying to understand if this is replacing language or adding to language. But I think our housing element consultant should weigh in.
Vice Mayor Hudis, did you want to comment before she weighs in?
Yes, I would say this is replacing current language that starts with the paragraph zoning for small multi-unit housing.
Okay, with that, may our consultant appear and give us her input?
Yes, I've seen this before. I think the one thing that I had commented to staff about and that I have reservation about the second sentence, this includes zoning amendments already completed. The main reason is that the requirement or the request from HCD is that you focus on your lower density neighborhoods. And whereas when we're doing the higher intensity corridors, it seems to be doing the reverse. So it's mixing what they're asking for with something that and especially that says already done, so that it gives the impression to HCD that you're trying to stay away from what they're asking, but actually trying to put more housing in the higher density neighborhoods, which is what which is opposite of what they're asking. So I'm a little concerned about the second sentence for that reason.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you for that. That's articulates my feelings better than I could. Yeah, I think that this is completely different than small multi-unit housing, which is what the program J is about right now. So I think this is totally. Would not be acceptable to HCD. I think this is a bad change. I think this doesn't make any sense. I think we already voted on what we wanted Program J to say, and we had a majority agree with that. So I think we should stick with that, especially because HCD has already looked at what we said in Program J and not taken any issue with it. I don't know why we would go down this path. I also don't think, like, this list doesn't seem to me to be inclusive at all of the places in town that we're trying to build housing at. I don't understand this.
Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. Yeah, given that the comment that came back from HCD prior to our changing it at our last council meeting was that we needed to, first of all, that our multifamily was in 2 census tracts, and now we're just renaming those same places, and that we needed to look at single-family neighborhoods, and none of those are single-family neighborhoods. So it just doesn't seem to address the comment, and I'm not going to be able to support this because I think we're just going to go backward. I mean, if we've decided we want to spend more months on this, we can submit it, and then they'll come back and say you didn't address our comment, but...
All right, I see a hand up on Zoom from outside legal counsel. Please go ahead. Outside legal? You have your hand up? One last time, would you like to speak to us?
Nazanin, if there's an issue with your volume, if you like, you could email me your comment and I'll relay it.
Councilmember Rennie.
I'm still having trouble figuring out where we're putting this and what's being removed. What?
It seems to me that we're adding specificity.
But I can't figure out where it's being added. Somebody said, so we're at the very beginning of J, the title is small unit housing. So is this what goes below that, and everything that's in that box on the left bottom side of 1046 is removed, and this is put there instead? That's what I'm trying to understand, what this is.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hudas.
Just to clarify, the language about this currently is in 2 places. It's in Program AY and it's in Program J. This refers to the language in Program AY, which was a little less sprawling than the J. And I was hoping that if we could come to agreement on the language, then staff could incorporate it in both places.
So that sounds like an addition, am I correct?
It's a replacement of language in AY.
And then it would be an addition in J, or up to staff
to modify J to be consistent with AY.
All right. Have we heard from outside legal counsel with an email whether they would like to speak to us or not? Because I'm going to move this motion along.
Not yet. Thank you.
Sorry, are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, my apologies. My microphone was not working. Before I comment, I just have a question about the proposed language through the chair. If the first part of the second sentence, this includes zoning amendments already completed, does that apply to the second clause of the sentence as well for sites within lower density neighborhoods, or are you proposing the specificity as to potential lower density neighborhoods that would be considered in a future zoning change?
Vice Mayor Hudas.
So that language comes from the Los Altos that was certified. The difference is the sites that are noted in the parentheses. In the Los Altos case, they had some higher density areas along high intensity corridors, and that is a separate clause which says sites within lower density neighborhoods, and then they list the sites that they are proposing to change in the lower density neighborhoods in order to meet the mobility issue.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. So, in addition to the concerns that have already been expressed, I have concerns. So, as far as legal challenges go to implementation of programs, typically, towns, cities can't be sued for not meeting their quantified objectives in their programs. However, you can face a lawsuit if you fail to implement any of your programs by the date by which you set out. And so my concern with having this much specificity for the lower density neighborhoods that you might consider is that if, let's say, you do rezone 2 of these neighborhoods within the time frame, but you don't do the other 2, someone has a potential argument to say you have not fully implemented this program by the date that you said that you would, because you've only done 2 of the neighborhoods and not the other 2. And that's sort of where having more general language that allows you to make that decision later on after you have been able to study what lower density or medium density neighborhoods are more appropriate for the rezoning. That's sort of where that, as far as legally, in addition to, meeting HCD's desire to affirmatively further fair housing, that's where, that recommendation comes in to include that more general language to give you that flexibility and also to, yeah.
Councilmember Rennie.
This is a question for staff now that I think I'm on the right page. So it looks like we're talking about page 959 of our report, hopefully that's still the right page. It was 959 before we added agenda item 5.
Attachment 11, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, attachment 11, it starts with rezoning. And what I see in here is red, underlined, and then red crossed out. In our other places, red was something that was done a long time ago, and then blue was, I think, from our last council meeting, and then green was added after our council meeting. So what I'm looking at, what is this from? Is this from a long time ago, or is this recently written?
Thank you for the clarification. Do you have a page number at the bottom? Does it say 10 dash? I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right program.
This is an attachment. 11.
Attachment 11. It's the first page of attachment 11. Oh, and it says, based on language provided the vice mayor from attachment 5 of the 11624 desk item. So again, I'm trying to understand, we've got some cross-outs and we have some adds. So the adds are from what the vice mayor's attachment 5 of the 116 desk item, and the cross-outs were there before? So,
I can help answer that. Erin Walters, Associate Planner, thanks for the question. So attachment 11 includes what the Vice Mayor, what was spoken at the last council meeting, and it was the zoning section was struck out because what was included had to do with RENA numbers where it is striked out. And this language that's striked out and in red has nothing to do with the draft housing element. This is a standalone document just to show the revisions that were included in the attachment at the last council meeting.
Okay, I think I'm understanding it. The interesting thing is you struck it out, and that's pretty much what Councilmember Hudis' motion is to add it back in.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to call the question soon. So Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, I was just going to say that both of our housing consultants, both in a legal and a compliance perspective, have advised us against this language, and HCD has no issues with our existing language. So I'm really worried we're creating problems where none currently exist by changing this. I think we're fine with how we have it.
All right, I'm going to call the question. We have a motion on the table, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Motion fails.
I'm going to abstain on that because I'm still not sure what I'm getting.
Okay. Vice Mayor Hudes.
So it seems as though there's two ways we can go about putting some boundary on something that right now is wide open. Right now, it's wide open. It doesn't specify where multifamily housing can go. And when I say right now, I mean with the text that was not just replaced. So if we use that as a starting point, the other approach to this is to make some exclusions. And so again, we were kind of going down that path with Councilmember Rennie, and actually, we were going down that path with Councilmember Rennie when we were talking about the general plan, and he offered a compromise solution to this same issue on the general plan, and I was about to vote for it, except it got pared back to go pretty much town-wide again. And so I wanted to maybe think about an approach, if we are going to go with, forget town-wide, variety, just open, not specifying, I'll call it an open approach, then I'm going to suggest that maybe we think about some rational constraints so that we're not having fourplexes put up in historic neighborhoods, and we're not destroying the ability for people to evacuate from a fire and things like that. And so I would like to offer a different motion that takes the approach from where Councilmember Rennie set up. It's a little bit longer than that one, but it uses the existing language that's in there and adds some exceptions to it. So I don't know if this is the right time, or I should put this text forward again that we can look at it before we start talking about it. Would that be helpful?
We can try the motion, and then if a council member wants the text up on the screen, then we could do so, but it might be that your motion is clear, that it might get a majority.
I think it's kind of long because because I'd have to read the existing language.
Okay. So
whereas this was a simpler, this first one that failed was a simpler language change.
All right. So
this one is longer.
That being said, we might need to take another 5-minute recess then.
I have questions of staff before we might do that.
All right, Councilmember Moore.
So, thank you. So for staff, could you talk us through a little bit how these implementation programs work? Because my understanding of this process is that we will hash all of these things out when the implementation programs come back to council when it's time to implement. Am I wrong about that? Do we have to decide all these things now?
So that's correct. So this would be a zoning amendment, so it would be ultimately coming to the Planning Commission with a recommendation to the council on how this implementation program would look. The town council tonight can discuss if they want to add specificity to that, and those exceptions can be discussed with the housing element consultant for her feedback.
Councilmember Rennie?
I request that the emails Councilmember sending you with the changes be sent out to the council members, because it appearing on the board and then me finally figuring out where it is and now it's gone from the board. These are complicated changes. I need to be able to look and see back and forth, and this process we're using is not working for me to be able to vote for any motions. I need to be able to have it in front of me and think through the differences.
All right, these are really important decisions. Vice Mayor Hudes.
I think it would be really helpful to do that, and for the public's benefit as well, to maybe print it out. Be easy to print as well as to send the email to people, but I think the public deserves to see it as well.
Okay, that being said, last time we took a 5-minute recess, but I think that extended to maybe 10 or 15, so I'm going to suggest a 10-minute recess.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. All right, Councilmember Moore.
Hello.
I know there's two of us. Oh, there it is. Thank you. Vice Mayor, thank you very much for providing this language. Can you, sorry to keep getting like really in the nitty gritty with this, but I think it's important. It says replace the language. Where can you point us in the packet or somewhere with what language is being replaced? I have the new language, but I don't know what's being replaced. But where is that? Like what is attachment 11?
Okay, so I'm seeing it in the draft revised housing element that is attached to the staff report.
Okay.
And my page is labeled at the bottom 1077. And it's describing program AY. And there's one paragraph that begins rezoning for small multi-unit housing. And my understanding of the suggestion is to replace that paragraph with the language in an email from the vice mayor that's being circulated.
And if I could just ask the clerk to put that up for the public. Actually, if you could put the motion language up in the email.
But for the attorney, so this is in program J, the green line.
I think the proposal is to replace a paragraph that's within program AY and also program J.
So,
and I don't know the specific paragraph in program J that's proposed to be replaced.
Vice Mayor Hudis.
Yeah, just for clarification, this language appears in two places. This language being the language about small multi-unit housing. It appears in AY, which summarizes all of our mobility actions, and that was a new thing that we put together last time. And it appears in J. I'm suggesting that we look at the language, see whether it's acceptable, and then to ask staff to apply that language to the other section. It'd be a little less tedious than doing that. And but as I said, it's in two places, so I'm just trying to address it once here.
Councilmember Rennie.
If I could start, so in your language, you have about the middle of it. You have but are not limited to, and then you start with single dwelling units. That sounds like a single family. Is that going to be acceptable to HCD? Because they're looking for multi-unit housing, and you're calling out a single dwelling unit. Can you explain that better, how that's multi-unit?
I'm sorry. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. That language is from the language that's in AY right now. So those were examples that I didn't really think about very much. I just the only changes, to be clear, are to add the sentence at the end, which says this zoning will occur in a variety of areas throughout town, etc. And to make sure that we were using the word variety appropriately as well. I think I made one other change with regard to variety. And I would ask the town attorney, I may not have gotten the logic and syntax correct about the public transit stop. So could you see if, is that correct, or do we need to change that?
So my understanding of the intent is that all of the places listed be excluded from areas that would be rezoned. And so if that were the case, it would say within 500 feet of an evacuation route or more than half mile from a currently established public transit stop.
Vice Mayor?
That's my intention, and that clarifies it, I think.
All right, so this is your motion. Is this a motion?
Yes, this is a motion.
All right, I'll second the motion, and I'll look to fellow council members. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. So just to go through some pieces of this, we have, I'm looking at our transit stops right now. We have maybe 8 total transit stops in the town of Los Gatos. So I think this is a huge preclusion that HCD would not find to be acceptable. I'm also curious if there's a definition of an evacuation route, because I think if there's a wildfire, I would evacuate on Los Gatos Boulevard.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Those are, I think, important points. With regard to the evacuation route, I believe there is terminology that the town uses for official evacuation routes, and I believe there's signs on those streets as well. And I wasn't able to locate that, but and then with regard to the transit stops, I don't know. I don't know who has had contact with HCD to know that HCD will reject that. The purpose of this is to develop some language that we think is reasonable for the town, and then to take that language to HCD and to find out if it's acceptable. And to sit here and say, I know that HCD won't accept that, I would say, well, have there been conversations with HCD about that?
Before I go to Councilmember Rennie, I can confirm that there are evacuation signs on Highway 9. I see them daily as I drive by. Councilmember Rennie.
Yeah, so I wanted to, so I think I just heard from the maker of the motion, the intention is to not put this in a certified version before getting feedback from HCD. So question for staff, do we have planned another round of feedback from HCD?
Thank you for the question. We don't have a meeting scheduled with HCD right now. We're waiting to get feedback from them.
And so is it fair to say we could follow that process, that sometime before we submit, we would get some feedback on this?
Thanks for that question. We would like to. I'll let our consultant respond on the likelihood of being able to hear from HCD.
I think that's actually certainly what we are trying to do. And I've been emailing HCD every few days to see where they're at regarding looking at some of the proposed language that we have submitted. We will keep trying. The only thing that I can say is that we just have to be very persistent because HCD is quite overwhelmed. I believe they have about 70 housing elements that they're reviewing at this time.
All right, I see a hand raised by outside legal counsel. Does she wish to speak?
Yes, thank you. I would just provide that the term currently established public transit stop is a bit vague as to whether it's at the time of the adoption of the housing element or at the time that the rezoning will be considered. So I would just request or recommend that more specificity be provided if that is the language that's going to be used as to when in time that means, to prevent future confusion.
Alternatively, perhaps the phrase currently established could be removed, and so it would just say or more than half mile from a public transit stop.
Councilmember Ristow?
Thank you. I mean, I'm kind of concerned because all of our main arterials are also evacuation routes. And so basically, where our transit stops are is where our evacuation routes. I mean, coming out of the hills, there's evacuation roads. But Los Gatos Boulevard is an evacuation route. Winchester is an evacuation route. Highway 9 is an evacuation route. So we're basically saying there can't be any places because our bus lines run on our evacuation routes. So if you say within a half a mile of transit stop, but not on an evacuation route, I think those knock each other out, but I could be wrong. I don't know if staff can weigh in on that or if I'm seeing this wrong.
Looking to staff.
I mean, we have some streets that are labeled for evacuation, but we don't have official evacuation routes. And the reality is that if we were to have a flood or a fire, every street becomes an evacuation route. So we just have to be careful about what we're saying here.
Councilmember Moore, followed by Councilmember Rennie.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I don't think the evacuation route is precise, and I think we are like how I'm reading this. I feel like this is almost the entirety of the town, and I do not think that we're backtracking now. We have. I think that what this council has said they want to do is pass a housing element through HCD. And we keep talking about this knife edge that we're trying to walk on in terms of not going too far, but going far enough that HCD approves. How we got to talking about this at all is HCD was telling us to put more units in this item. They said do 150 units. And now we're going backwards and saying, here's all the places where we can't build units. I do not think this is going to help us pass our housing element, which is what our residents are asking for. And I do not think we can trust that we're going to be able to get adequate feedback on this from HCD. I think we have a housing element that is in good condition right now, and we are starting to undermine it. And I have heard loud and clear from our community that they would like to pass a housing element, and this is going to hurt that process.
Councilmember Rennie, followed by Vice Mayor Hudes.
So working on this 500 feet of evacuation route, it seems like most of the what we think of as evacuation routes are already in the high fire zone. I mean, then it's carried further out of there. But the places you worry most about are like where Cypress comes in, and because that's a single egress evacuation route, and where streets like that where they come in and branch into other streets, so it's no longer single egress. Most of that, if not all, is occurring already in high fire zones. So maybe you don't need that sentence in there because it starts to become that portion of the sentence, because it starts to become confusing when we start thinking about, as been mentioned, well, Los Gatos Boulevard, Winchester, everything's an evacuation route. Maybe we should take that part out.
With that, Councilmember Rennie, I would look to the maker of the motion. I haven't called the question yet to see if that's a friendly amendment where I could call the question. Vice Mayor Hudes.
I would just be looking for staff from clarification on evacuation routes. When I try to find it on the town's website, I Google it and it says that there are evacuation routes that are listed on a map, and then when I click on that, I get to just general information. So can town staff provide us with a document that shows the evacuation routes that are referenced?
Thank you for that question. No, I don't believe we've got a map that shows that.
Councilmember Moore.
And then to jump to the half mile of a currently established transit stop, that almost completely excludes North Los Gatos, places like Wedgwood, where there are many apartment buildings and duplexes, and that are good places to build housing. And so I don't know. I feel like we're using these. I feel like we're trying to invent, these lines right now. I'm perfectly happy to, when we get to this implementation program, to have staff come to us with some exclusions around the very high fire zone historic districts, things like that. But I think what we're doing right now is creating some really bad consequences and again, not only in terms of outcomes for where housing gets built. Again, Wedgwood, where some of our very most affordable homes are for sale right now. There's a condo on Wedgwood for sale for $400,000, which is about as cheap as you get in the town of Los Gatos. So preventing more affordable housing from being built in places like that. But we're also getting overly prescriptive at a time when I do not think we need to get overly prescriptive, because again, this is an implementation program that is going to come back to us.
Okay, we have a motion on the table and a second. Vice Mayor Hudes.
Just a couple of comments. The reason I think it's important to do this now is because if we were to restrict the areas where multifamily is allowed at a later time, then I believe that we would be having a problem with a couple of things. One is the law that says you can only zone in one direction, which is to increase density. The other issue is that we need to balance the needs and rights of folks in town with the need for more housing, and we have done that. We now have over 1,200 units that have been applied for. We have 10 builder's remedy applications because we didn't submit this thing in time. And now we're looking at trying to do something to get certified, but without necessarily, and as a number of people who said this when they were running for office, without putting the densest housing into single-family neighborhoods. And yet, the language as it stands in AY and in J does not have any exclusions. And so if it stops there, if we stop with that, then there is no protection. And I've heard this discussion about we're walking a knife's edge, and I understand that, and the image of the knife and the image of the knife's edge is in my hands, but I see the knife from a little different angle. I see the knife at our throats, saying that if we don't make this vast transformation to the character of Los Gatos, then we won't be certified, without any knowledge about whether this will happen or not, without anyone going to HCD and saying, is this a reasonable approach or not? And so I see that knife from a different angle that's being used to push something through a complete transformation of the character of our residential neighborhoods that's, first of all, unnecessary, because other cities have been able to achieve certification without that type of open, town-wide variety, whatever you want to call it. They've been specific in their housing elements, and there's two ways to do it. One is the way that Los Altos did, which was to say positively where those changes were being made, and the other is the second approach, which is to exclude areas where we don't think that that extreme density is appropriate. And so, I believe that we should talk about all of these areas as ways of balancing the needs to comply and to be certified with the character of Los Gatos, and that's why I've listed these for our consideration and discussion.
Councilmember Rennie?
Thank you, Mayor. So, in concept, I'm actually kind of in agreement. This has sort of been my position all along. Let's try to focus the required increase in housing in areas that are, easier to walk to for resources, so there'd be less cars on the road, or close to highway entrances, so there's less cars driving through town. And this sort of focuses on that. My question for staff, and also I'm okay with the idea of running this past HCD before submitted, so that sort of makes sense. The one point Councilmember Moore made that made me think a little bit, and this is a question for staff. So in this language it says, but not in areas that is a clear message to HCD what we're planning to not do. But as we work on this in the future, if we find we've got a spot over on Wedgwood we want to include, does this not preclude us from doing that? Should we change the language to perhaps say should not? Put a should in there so it's clear to HCD what we're not going to do, but it still leaves the door open for us later on. So the question is, with the current language, is it closing the door for our own work if we decide, hey, there's a great spot on Wedgwood?
That's how I read it, because it says, but not in areas, and then it includes those lists.
But what if we changed it to should not? Then that allows us to break it if we think more wisely in the future.
I don't know the perfect phrase, but maybe something like with a preference for areas that are not, or something like that.
Okay, I'll see what the maker of the motion thinks about the small modification.
Well, I think this is the should, shall, and all of that. I think preference doesn't really say anything, because essentially this does come back to the CEQA issue as well. The completely open language that was recommended by the Housing Element Advisory Board needs to be thought about in a rational way. And so I don't really know why, somebody can always apply for, a variance or something, an exception. But these are things that are going to be approved, I believe, by right, and will be, and once the zoning change is made to a denser zoning, we're not able to go back to less of a zoning. So I think that, we have a process for accommodating exceptions to this, but I think that the concept of not putting these in very high fire hazard severity zones or historic districts or adjacent to homes that are in our historic inventory or in hillside residential zones, maybe the evacuation route doesn't work because we haven't defined them. I don't know, but certainly the intention of this type of housing is to be in a place that is closer to an established public transit. Even a city like Portland, Oregon, which struggled with how to do infill housing for years, finally did a breakthrough in their infill housing. And they did that by the same language, half mile within transit. And to pretend that you're going to be able to do, accessible housing with no parking requirements and things like that are, without being close to transit, is just a dream. So the state hasn't given us the resources to do transit, yet we're being expected to transform these neighborhoods into mass transit type of neighborhoods. And so I think the transit is a very reasonable one to have in there. In terms of how many units and whether we could achieve the 50 or the 150, I don't know, but I know that in the general plan, there was a possibility of 2,800 units that were in that multifamily category. And I went back and I looked at those numbers again. I think that we are not excluding most of the town. I even looked at the opportunity area map that was used at the general plan group, and it corresponds pretty closely to what this would look like with these exclusions.
Councilmember Rennie.
Like I said before, I'm willing to take this to HCD and see what their feedback is on it. I think they're going to have trouble with the evacuation route because we don't have anything defined, and but we can see.
Question, and so does the motion include the phrase currently established, or is that removed?
I would modify that to say within half mile of a transit stop.
I accept the amendment. And I'm, Councilmember Rennie, I'm sorry, Councilmember Risto, followed by Councilmember Moore, and then I'm hoping to call the question after that.
Right. Well, I am concerned because we haven't, this program, before it's implemented, doesn't change any zoning. So as we implement the program, we would be doing the zoning. So I'm not worried about having more general language, and then as we implement, we can hone it down. But, and I'm not likely to support the motion, but I would say that, unfortunately, our community design element was suspended with the referendum, but in there we talked about, kind of walkability and shopping centers. And so I don't know if we want to add something along the lines, because our transit line, we don't have great transit, but we do have shopping centers in other parts of the town, like in the Pollard area, that are not served by transit. So maybe we could add in something along, within a half a mile of a shopping center or something. And then, what I was thinking about evacuation routes, frankly, if the dam breaks and things flood, you go up. And if there's a fire in the hills, you go down. And our evacuation routes are going to be different depending on what the disaster is and where it's coming from. So, I think that's a really hard thing to define. So I think we're going to take that out anyway because it's addressed by the very high fire zones. The other thing I would say is somebody who lives in a historic neighborhood, we've already got fourplexes, apartments, multifamily housing, and the historic districts are right in town. So I think it's overly restrictive to completely wipe out, say there can't be any additional housing in the historic districts, given that we can't do SB 9 or I think a few other things there. And then saying adjacent to homes that are pre-1941, I don't know what that looks like. I don't know what the map is. So I am having a hard time at this point. I would be much more comfortable if we would just go through all the comments that we'll do later from HCD and get through the changes we need to make. But this just feels like we're getting too restrictive up front. And then the other comment I want to make is when someone makes a comment about how we need to address the needs of our residents versus housing. I think housing is meeting the needs of a lot of our residents. So there's a lot of residents with a lot of needs, and we're trying to balance all of this.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you. Yeah, so looking at the transit map, so all of North Los Gatos is precluded. Pollard is where we have so many fourplexes. That's where I would bet most of our fourplexes are. The other fourplexes are the ones I live in, which are right behind Trader Joe's, which are directly adjacent to single-family home neighborhoods. And I will tell you that the fourplexes that I'm aware of do not represent a complete transformation of the town of Los Gatos. I think small multi-unit housing enhances the character of Los Gatos. And as Councilmember Risto has said, some of our cutest, best neighborhoods are full of fourplexes. They're full of them. Our historic neighborhoods have fourplexes all throughout them, duplexes all throughout them, ADUs, JADUs. I don't understand the vehement opposition to things that are not single family homes. And so the other piece here that I think is important is that this is also the rezoning in one direction thing does not apply here because we're not rezoning right now. We're talking about language and an implementation program. And so there's nothing happening in here that is by right. It's not rezoning. And again, I don't know why we want to. I think completely excluding all of North Los Gatos is definitely going to be something that HCD does not accept. I think that is clearly unacceptable, especially because that is the poorest part of Los Gatos. And so I guess one final question for staff is, do you have any sense before we vote on this, what percentage of the town this would impact? It seems like a lot.
Thank you for that question. We don't have that information right now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, with that, I am going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion passes.
Can I clarify one thing for the record?
Yes.
Can I clarify that the acronym used VHFHSZ is Very High Fire Hazard Sensitivity Zone?
I believe it's Very High Fire Hazard Severity Zone.
Severities.
All right, again, so the motion passes with Councilmember Ristow and Councilmember Moore opposed. All right, with that, we are going to move on to attachment 8.
Real quick, can I just ask something about the motion?
Yes.
So I see it says replace, did it end up being to float this to HCD, not include this in a draft? Maybe that's a question for the clerk. I don't know.
Vice Mayor Hudes.
The motion was to replace the language in the paragraph that starts with zoning for small multi-unit housing. And maybe I need to make a second motion, which is for staff to apply this language in a consistent way throughout the document, including Program J and Program AY.
All right, if that's a motion, I'll second it. Call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
All right, motion passes. Councilmember Ristow and Councilmember Moore opposed. Councilmember Rennie.
I think there was a question there from Councilmember Moore that didn't get addressed yet in that second motion, which was that this is going to be, that it's given to HCD to review before the actual submission.
Vice Mayor Hudes.
I intended that we would follow this process, which says that we develop text, bring it to the council. The council reviews that text, and then we take that text and review it with HCD before we adopt a housing element, so that we have the ability to get a written feedback from our consultant from their meeting with HCD on this topic before that. So it would be in the draft element, but it's not an element that we're adopting tonight.
Which means you still have an opportunity to vote no on it again at a later date. Okay. Are we good? I hope we are. Moving on to attachment number 8. This is what we're going to work through for the balance of our housing element discussion. So as we work through this, I'm going to look to council members to see if they have any comments on this draft response table, which includes council's actions from the meeting of January 16th of 2024 with the responses from HCD on January 18th of 2024. So I will look to my council members to see if they have any comments or questions or concerns, or if this will wrap up our conversation for now on the housing element. Councilmember Moore.
So I think the other thing the other thing I think we haven't addressed is the change from 50 to 150.
Vice Mayor Hudes.
Yeah, I would be interested in staff's report and maybe the consultant's report on how we moved from the 50 to 150 and what are the implications of having that objective. I think that question was asked earlier, but I'd really like to understand what are the commitments, what does that entail when you do establish an objective?
Thank you for the question. I'll start and then Veronica can jump in. The change from the quantified objective of 50 housing units to 150 housing units for Program J over the 8-year planning period came from the informal review matrix provided by the town's HCD reviewer. That matrix is in Attachment 8 and also Attachment 9. They had a direct comment requesting, that I'll read, to adjust facilitating maximum densities and to increase the objective to 150 units. So that was the direct response why the HEB had suggested increasing that density, or I'm sorry, increasing the number. I'll allow Veronica to expand on that further.
We mentioned before when we had the discussions with HCD, the reviewer, he suggested combining like multiple actions such as SB9 and ADUs and the potential rezoning of neighborhoods with the goal of getting to 150 units. And the reason why he wanted to combine that, while it's increased, but it's also combined with multiple actions that you can utilize. So it gives you the flexibility in terms of how you want to achieve it. Bottom line is that what HCD, if they do monitor, they'll monitor on whether you've done your due diligence, good faith effort in doing the rezoning, doing the promoting, and or fixing your zoning codes to make sure that you remove constraints. But if you've done all of that and you don't achieve the number because of the market, it's not something that HCD would hold you responsible.
Vice Mayor Hudes.
Thank you, Ms. Tam. And by the way, thank you for appearing here and dealing with your power outage last time. I forgot to thank you for that, and we really appreciate your help here, and it does help to clarify. I guess what I'm looking for is the change from 50 to 150. That seemed to be coupled with combining the results from several programs. And I'm not sure that I see that in the language. It's in Program J, but where does it say that the 150 will be the result of, SB 9 and the other programs that you mentioned? I'm just trying to figure out where that combined number is stated.
Yeah, Jocelyn can verify that, but I believe in the new table that you requested, the summary table of actions that we added to the housing element, at that table that it's a combined objective.
Any further questions on that, Councilmember Rennie?
I had a different question if we're done with that one. Go first if you're still on it.
I could make a motion to clarify that.
Yes.
So I would move to move the objective from 50 to 150 for the combined actions that HCD suggested in their letter.
Second?
Second.
Okay. All right. We have a motion and a second. I will call the question unless we've got comments in the meantime. No, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Okay. Councilmember Rennie.
I did have a question about one on 10-49. There's in the green section that was added under quantified objective, it looks like it says, I'll read the whole thing. Increased number of BMP units annually by changed from 2 to 5 units, then added with a goal of achieving 30% of new units in high median income areas. I thought HED thought Los Gatos, all of Los Gatos is a high medium income area. So this doesn't really say anything, does it? Or what's a high or what's not a high medium income area in Los Gatos after we've been whole town and actually parts of San Jose around us have all been included as high resource area.
I can answer that first, and Jocelyn can clarify if necessary. I think we can make it clearer. It's actually within your jurisdiction, the higher income tracts. So it's relative to other tracts in your city, which are the tracts, census tracts that have higher median incomes.
Any further comments, questions on that? No? Okay, all right. Per staff's suggestion, I'm going to go back to attachment 8 and work through this with council to see if they have any questions, concerns, comments. Councilmember Ristow?
Thank you. Yeah, as I read through the feedback and then the staff's actions, I think everything was pretty much covered. I did have a question for comment 3C with Program D to address HCD's comments on the North 40 development standard modifications. It talked about, their comment was remove the cap or, you know, state why the cap wouldn't be an impediment to development, or that we wouldn't hold the cap there. And I see the choice was to just say, well, we'll make sure the cap doesn't prevent development. Are there extra steps involved if we were to change the cap? Is that a general plan amendment? Is that something harder? I guess what I want to make sure is that if HCD says either or, then we're fine doing that.
Thank you for the question. So we had this conversation with HCD, and based on that feedback during the meeting on the 18th, we felt like the language that's been provided in Program D in green addresses their comment stating that the cap won't interfere with projects that come in that would exceed it, and that projects under SB 330 or density bonus law wouldn't count towards that cap. But then we also added language about annually monitoring it. And so if we did identify that the cap was affecting housing production, then at that point, we would amend the specific plan to modify it.
Okay, thank you. And I guess the question I had was, is removing the cap problematic? Or, I mean, it is it sounds like either way, we're not going to enforce the cap. So I was just curious why we didn't just take the cap off.
Thanks for that question. I'll refer to either the planning manager or the director.
Thank you, Councilmember. Joel Paulson, Community Development Director. That would require a specific plan amendment, so we're hoping for this interim option where, you know, I think it's pretty clear that given even our current formal application for 3/4 of the North 40, that we're going to be able to make that argument that it clearly has not been an impediment.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was wondering, if it was a specific plan amendment. And then, yeah, given what we're seeing, they're using builder's remedy to go below, so. Okay, thank you.
Any further comments on attachment 8 or any other item in our staff agenda for item number 6, which would be any further discussion or direction to staff on the proposed revisions? Vice Mayor Hudes?
I had a question about where we stood on the ADU part of it. Again, it would have been helpful to have a transcript of the Housing Element Advisory Board, because in the staff report, it says it doesn't look like and let me clarify what the issue is. There was on the Housing Element Advisory Board that I could hear, it sounded like there were multiple members who said that an ADU should be required anytime a single-family residence is built. And then there was some discussion about whether the ADU is required when there's a tear down, or whether it was required when there's a major remodel. So I am curious about that. First of all, are there other municipalities that require the construction of an ADU whenever these things happen with a single-family residence?
Thank you for that question. So there was discussion by the HEAP on whether this should be a recommendation that they would forward to the council. Ultimately, it was not decided to be a recommendation for the council, so those ideas were not incorporated into the document that you have in front of you tonight, but it was discussed by the HEAP. I don't know if the town attorney wants to address whether the town's limits on requiring that.
I'd have to do more research to have an answer on whether or not that could legally be required. And I also don't know whether or not any other cities have that requirement. But I'd be happy to get that information if it's of interest.
I would be interested in that, the legality of that. It just seems like a real overreach, just first glance. But Councilmember Rennie?
I'm not interested in including anything like that in there. I don't think anybody else is, so I don't think I want to give staff a bunch of work to prove we don't want to do it, because I don't think anybody here wants to.
I agree with that. I would not want to do that, but the fact that we have advisory board members that would bring up a recommendation like that, I would just like to know more about that. Vice Mayor Hudes?
Just for process and discussion, I believe that we shouldn't speak for other council members and we should let them speak for themselves. In listening to that meeting, I heard 2 other council members advocating for that. So if they would like to, I don't think we should speak for them.
Councilmember Ristow?
I would say if you read the recommendations from the HEAP, that did not come forward as a recommendation. So it was a discussion. And as staff pointed out, we'll be monitoring the ADU production, and there are multiple steps later. If ADUs are not being produced in the quantities that we'd expect or forecast, we may look at a variety of tools to encourage it. But there was, some good points made that could be punitive to a homeowner, or that could prevent other construction. So that did not come forward as a recommendation.
Councilmember Moore?
And just to provide, thank you for that. I agree. And definitely don't need staff to go dive into that. How that came up was discussing the issue of small, affordable $1 million range units being torn down and turned into McMansions, and how that affects affordability. And there being a discussion of perhaps you could, for something like a tear down of a small home, you could require the construction of an ADU to retain some affordability on that, because I think it is a real tragedy how many small homes get torn down and turned into giant homes that will never be affordable again. But as Councilmember Risto said, the HEAP ended up not recommending any action on that right now.
Vice Mayor Hudes?
I just want to read from the staff report. From the Housing Element Advisory Board, number 6, it says, consider requiring an ADU with the construction of new single-family residence to increase the production of affordable units in low-density designations if the town's ADU production does not meet the projected objectives. So again, it would have been helpful to have a transcript or minutes from that meeting, but it does look to me like they said consider requiring an ADU if the town's production doesn't meet the objective.
Okay, any further comments, direction on the housing element before we move on to item number 7? Councilmember Ristow.
So I have a quick question. So we are not, that didn't come forward as a recommendation. It didn't come forward as a change. So we don't need to make a motion that we're not going to do that, right? We're not by default, we're not doing that.
Right, we are not doing that. We are not looking for a motion, but
Perfect.
I believe I'm interested in the research is that, somebody would come up with that is probably just a little shocking to me, but that's okay. All right, I'm going to close this item unless any Councilmember Moore.
I'm just curious, so how this is going to go from here. So is staff going to now try to get a meeting with HCD to talk about some of these changes that we just made and then come back to the council to hopefully approve? And then do we need to talk about if this needs to go back to the HEB? I definitely don't want this. So maybe process from staff's perspective.
Thank you for that question. If there is particular direction from council, we would welcome that. However, based on the discussion, it sounds like there is some language that staff will need to work on to implement this language, for example, in implementation program J. So it appears that we would bring language back to council, but in the interim, we will continue to reach out to HCD to see if we can get feedback from them on this revised language, though as has been stated previously, we don't know what their availability will be or whether we will be able to get feedback or a meeting with them.
Okay, is the process question answered? No?
So the one other question I had is, so this will not go, I don't think this needs to go to HEB anymore. And I want to be clear on the process because there were questions about the process at the beginning of this.
And I would say that if there are modifications to the process based on the December motion, that we probably need a new motion tonight to be clear about those exact next steps. And then if I may, if we do not get any feedback from HCD within some reasonable time frame, is it the expectation of the council that we're going to come back to you before we do our formal submittal, or where, and it's not really clear to us, given some of the earlier conversation, what council's expectations are.
Vice Mayor?
I'm reading again the 5 steps that we adopted in December. I think what we did tonight is completely consistent with those steps. We reviewed a comment. We reviewed some text, and we reviewed these that were reviewed with the council. And the next step is to review that with HCD and to obtain written feedback to the council. And then once the draft is complete, to review that with the Housing Element Advisory Board as a center point for community outreach and communications. And that was what we adopted. So I don't see any need to change the process. As to the town manager's question about what if HCD doesn't respond, I think we should hear about that certainly within a week. If we are not getting a response from HCD, and I might be open at the next council meeting to do something different. But actually, since we passed that on December 19th, we have had access at least 3 times to HCD. And so I'm encouraged that once we're past the holidays and once we're persistent with the assistance of Ms. Tam, and that we will be able to follow this process that we laid out. So I don't see any need to change the process at this time.
Councilmember Moore, followed by Councilmember Ristow.
So I'll just share that at the HEB, we felt like there was, the HEB expressed that they really didn't feel like there was a point of looking at it, especially because the council had just hashed all of it out. And I think there was maybe one person in the public there. So I think, because I'm already a little bit disappointed by how much we're continuing to stretch out this timeline. So I don't think we need to go back to HEB. But because again, being somebody that sits on that board, I don't know what we're getting out of that. I think it just adds staff time and timeline.
Councilmember Ristow.
I agree in terms of the noticing and everything else. And frankly, most of the members of the HEB were wondering why they were meeting after the council and not understanding what opportunities they would have to do any editing. And it sounds like we would have the exact same problem this time. So, I would make a new motion that that staff and our consultant, look at the language we've got, work through the motions that were made today, get feedback from our legal counsel and our consultant, do their best to get in contact with HCD and see what their feedback is on these latest changes, and report back to the council at our next meeting. And if that means that we can't hear anything from HCD yet, then we know that we can make a decision if we want to submit or if we want to wait a few more weeks. And if we do hear back from HCD, that at the mayor and manager's best ability to agendize this again, but I don't see any point at all to go to the HEB. And I think it needs to finish with the town council saying, we think this is ready to go. And when the council says go, then I propose that it gets sent to HCD. We find out if it's certifiable, and then it goes through the process of being approved by the appropriate bodies.
Councilmember Moore.
Second.
Comments? Vice Mayor?
I don't see how it differs from the existing process. Because the only thing that the existing process says is that when the draft is complete, meaning when it's received full consideration by HCD. I really don't see the difference. There was another motion that was passed that says council will meet and review the housing element prior to submission of the housing element to HCD. So I think that what's being suggested in Councilmember Ristow's motion is already covered, so I don't think it's necessary.
Councilmember Ristow.
If I can ask the staff, based on what I said, do you see any differences between them, or was I unfortunately redundant with what the process is?
The difference I heard from the basis of the motion is that there's no more need for the HEB, that essentially all of this work is going to be at the council, and that there would not be another review by the Housing Element Advisory Board.
Yeah, actually bringing that up, that is my intent, because it feels like the HEB would just be a rubber stamp. There's no opportunity they would have to make any changes at all without getting us into a recursive loop. So that is my motion.
Any comments? All right, I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Any further questions? I'm going to close out the housing element unless somebody else raises their hand and wants to add anything more. I see no hands up. All right, we are moving on to item number 7, which is to adopt a resolution related to Blackberry Hill Road. And I see Ms. Armour ready to give us a staff report on the item.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. The item before you this evening is annexation of a 2-acre hillside residential property at 15405 Blackberry Hill Road, as submitted by the property owner. The town is required to hold a protest proceeding, even if all property owners have consented to an annexation. Therefore, included in Attachment 1 is a resolution to set the date for consideration of the annexation and the protest proceeding for February 20th, 2024. This concludes staff's presentation, but we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'm going to open public comment. I have no speaker cards. I'll look to see if there's any hands up on Zoom.
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
No hands on Zoom. I'm going to close public comment, and I'm going to come back to council for any comments or a motion. Councilmember Rennie.
I think this is pretty straightforward. I'll make a motion to adopt a resolution in attachment 1 to set a date for consideration of the reorganization of an uninhabited area designated as Black Hill Road, number 6, approximately 2.1 acres, located at 15405 Blackberry Hill Road, APN number 532-25011.
Vice Mayor Hudes.
Second the motion.
All right, I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Moving on to item number 8, which is to receive a report and provide input on the Town of Los Gatos Street Tree Program. And Jim Harbin is here to provide us with a staff report. Welcome, Jim.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Jim Harbin, Parks and Public Works Superintendent. Thank you for receiving this memo on the street tree program. I'll just go over some highlights and key points. You should have the report in front of you. The goals of the street tree program are to keep trees structurally pruned, keep vertical clearances for commerce and emergency vehicles, maintain fire fuel clearances, and to maintain a robust tree canopy. Town maintains over 14,000 street trees. That doesn't include the rural roads like Upper Shannon, Kennedy, or any of the open spaces. Los Gatos is a certified Tree City USA community and has been since 1980. The program is part of an international effort to recognize cities and towns that are committed to ensuring the urban forests and trees are properly maintained, sustainably managed, and duly celebrated. The street tree program is implemented by one town arborist and one contract tree service provider. The program is budgeted $390,000 per year, with $200,000 assigned to contractual services. The town arborist manages the daily workload of the tree service contractor, provides arborist reports and other tree-related recommendations, implements the tree permitting process for private trees townwide, and responds to smaller pruning projects. Block pruning is the preferred pruning method due to its efficient use of resources in setting up block by block, though this must be balanced with public requests and safety concerns. Also, pruning cycles differ between tree species, like 3 years for melaleucas that are downtown and 7 years for like Chinese pistachios. Scheduling block pruning is an ongoing challenge due to competing demands required to manage the townwide tree canopy. Storm response and other emergency work are triaged by town crews and managers. Storms last year caused 80+ trees to fall and numerous falling limbs. Recent removals of eucalyptuses on Overlook Road were due to community concerns and council direction. In addition to managing emergency response and block pruning, the town arborist manages the permitting of privately owned trees. This past year, permits for 214 private tree removals were processed. Appeals to private tree issues are heard by the Planning Commission and then appealed to the town council if needed. Issues and appeals of public tree actions lie with the Parks and Sustainability Commission. Challenges with the street tree program are the unpredictability of emergency work and the managing of funding and expectations across the town. We receive about 4 or 5 inquiries a day for tree concerns and issues, which require field trips, jurisdictional verifications, and communication. Many calls are in regard to public nuisance trees and damage caused by these trees. These types of inquiries can require significant time for determining cause of damage to choosing replacement trees and scheduling and negotiating different options. The town maintains a master tree list for street tree replacements, giving guidance to tree considerations for various locations. Staff presented information to the Parks and Sustainability Commission in its December meeting. The commission provided feedback including modernizing the street tree list with consideration for species native to Los Gatos and to support natural habitats, much like the City of San Francisco's street tree species list. Staff is interested in Town Council's direction on this recommendation. Program staff and contractors balance a large number of competing demands and priorities to the best of their abilities. The intent of this memo is to raise awareness to the Town Council and the community about this program. That concludes my summary report. I'm open for discussion and our questions. We have Rob Molden, our town arborist, here available, and Nicole Kidman, or Burnham, so, director.
So thank you, Mr. Harbin, for the report. I'm going to look to my council members to see if they have questions. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm curious if you could explain how the in lieu fees with the street tree program work, and what our replacement requirements are, and how the funds of the in lieu fees end up getting spent. I think there's a few questions in there. But
I believe this might be for Rob.
Okay. The in lieu fees, you have two options. You can either pay the fees or you can pay the amount that the replacement would be. Or you can replace the trees, and they're based on canopy size. The lowest amount of trees that you can replace is 2, and it goes all the way up to 6, and that's a great program, as a matter of fact.
Vice Mayor, I'm sorry, did you have a follow-up on that?
Yes.
Okay, and then followed by Vice Mayor.
So how does the enforcement of that work? And I'm wondering how we could get people to be more compliant with the planting rather than the in lieu fees. And then the other question I had was what the in lieu fees end up getting spent on.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the last part.
Where the in lieu fees go, where they get spent.
Okay, they go into our street tree program. That's where we replace trees in town property, and it also goes into a fund, which is great because we can use that for a lot of other different tree-related things. Enforcement, we don't really have to. Tammy Robinette, who is our admin, she follows up with this until these are done. We usually do about 3 or 4, and people are real good about replacement and paying into the fund. So very rarely do we have to, go any further than that.
Okay, and one last one on this piece of it is, do you feel like the in lieu fees that we collect adequately cover the cost of planting trees that need to be planted?
Yeah, I believe so. It's $250 per tree. And to buy a 15-gallon tree is about $90. So, okay. I mean, it takes in the cost of the labor.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
So I'm probably the least knowledgeable person in the room here about trees, but I wanted to ask a question because, first of all, the removal of the eucalyptus trees on Overlook, I know many, many residents are very thankful for that this last week, that those trees are not there. And but there was a discussion when they were being removed about replacing them, and I imagine that would be part of the street tree program. Is that correct?
I believe that is something that's going to be brought up in the CIP discussion.
Okay, and so for a location like that, which is, one of the prominent views of Los Gatos with Estancia there, one of our old historic properties that has a lot of significance, and those eucalyptus were leading up to it for a long time, and they presented a danger. But it seems is there a way for the street tree program to do something of significance in their place? And I know there were some suggestions about maybe some Japanese cherry trees or something that will be, memorable in a prominent location. This is just not an ordinary strip, along the sidewalk. There's a memory of that people have of what that looks like, and it seems as though it's an opportunity to create a new memory. Do we have the ability to do that within our street tree program with this list of trees, or do we need to maybe consider some others?
I'm going to let the arborist, Molden, speak to the type of tree and what the opportunities might be there. The reason we haven't quickly moved forward with replacing the trees is because the product of the removal is not an easy planting location. And so that's why we deferred this discussion into talking about capital, because anyone who's been in the area would know, can see that the asphalt sidewalk that was there is now pretty impacted. And so we think there's a lot of things to think about aside from the type of tree, before we plant trees. So, but I will let Mr. Molden talk about the type of tree that might be appropriate.
Well, I think we're pretty open to that. We want to try and, I'd like to see us try and stay with native stuff, because they're going to thrive, and there will be less maintenance with them because less water. So, we're open to this. Oaks would be fine also up there. I understand the flowering cherry, but they're not a tree that, for longevity, they're not really appropriate. That's my feeling about it. But, we'll talk to the residents also. I think they're the ones that have to live with it. So.
Yeah, thank you. That's all I needed now. Thanks.
Councilmember Ristow?
Thank you. And I wanted to ask the arborist, there was a list that was sent in, or some information from Kevin Arroyo based on some other communities. And he had some alternative suggestions for certain trees and some comments about trees that were either invasive, not native. I don't know if you had the opportunity to look at that information, and what is your opinion of that? Or should we be looking at updating the tree list another time?
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to see it because the last 2 days we've been dealing with trees that are down. So I don't know, Jim, have you had a chance to look at that or not?
I glazed over it. I was in the middle of the chaos too, so most of it looked reasonable, but definitely a change in some of the approved trees that we would put.
Right. I was going to say there were a few approved trees we have where he had alternative suggestions that were either native or non-invasive. And anyway, I guess we can get into that with the recommendations after we go to public comment. But I was just wondering, and I can definitely understand it. I'm sure you were literally doing triage the last 2 days. So.
Right. Any further questions for staff before I open it up for public comment? Seeing none. I don't have any speaker cards. Is there anybody on Zoom that would like to speak on this item?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
No hands on Zoom. I'm going to close public comment and go back to council members for comments or a motion. Councilmember Rennie.
Councilmember Moore had his hand up first, but go ahead. So I was also going to ask about what Councilmember Risto mentioned. The parts I pull out are, I think, maybe easy to answer. He believes that the Bradford pear and the Aristocrat pear are invasive and we should remove them from the list. Does that make sense from what you know of those?
Well, the Bradford pear, they're not so much invasive, but they that structurally we have a lot. They fail often. So as they get bigger, we have limb drops, and so we're not planting a lot of those anymore.
Should we take it off the list then?
I don't. Yeah, I think it wouldn't hurt.
We
Because
we might have a new arborist, when you retire, and they don't know that they're a problem dropping limbs or something like that.
Right. Well, I think most arborists would know that. But the thing is, there's people that like those, though. They're beautiful in the spring. They're not real friendly with sidewalks, but I think you should probably keep them on the list. And by request, that's the way I look at it. We don't do it routinely.
And then he recommends adding six of them, trees that, and he seems to be saying maybe not as street trees, but maybe in parks. And he puts a focus on adding more biodiversity. I see we tend to plant the same tree for blocks and blocks, which is not a lot of biodiversity, which, as you know, could cause a problem. If we get a certain bug that only kills one kind of tree, they all go kind of thing, and we have to start over. So there's sort of two questions in that. So for his suggestion on biodiversity is adding these trees, but even just the way we're implementing our street tree program, maybe we want to think a little bit about biodiversity. I'll just read the ones that he's suggesting to add: the ceanothus, the toyon, the Catalina ironwood, the holly leaf cherry, the Catalina cherry, and the blue elderberry. And he seems to be mentioning not really street trees, but in parks or places like that.
Yeah, they are not. They're not street trees. I don't think we have a problem putting these trees in. We don't plant that many trees in the parks as it is. Our main focus is mainly street trees. The parks are pretty much taken care of. And as far as diversity goes, we've seen what happens when you plant the same species. I don't know how many of you were here when we had the freeze downtown with all the Australian willows, and we lost from Highway 9 basically all the way up the street, up till we get to the Melaleucas. So when you start doing that, that's when you have problems. Look at our liquid ambers. Those things they planted them and nothing else, and now all we do is remove them, basically.
Thanks.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you. So I wanted to add, kind of actually going along the parks question. So how does it work in a park like Live Oak Manor Park, where there were several large trees that came down, and it's been a couple years and there have been no trees planted? What is the reason for that?
I don't know if you're aware of the project that is it the Lions Club? Rotary, yeah.
Well, I wouldn't mind having Jim answer the question, first of all, about why they haven't been replaced.
Yeah, we're looking at a plan with the Lions Club, or the Rotary Club, sorry. And we're talking about putting a oak grove in Live Oak Park with a little DG path going to it. And we're in the beginning stages of kind of scoping what that would look like, but that's kind of the plan right now. The reason we haven't done anything right away is because we take it seriously. That area of the park was, during the drought time, we kind of died off a lot of the turf there, and now we want to do something a little different instead of just putting turf back there. So there's been a kind of a think tank going on that.
Sounds like an exciting project. That's great. And so what about for when a tree goes down? I know there were a number of trees that went down, like in the January storms last year, just on streets that haven't been replaced. Is that a funding issue? Is that a staffing issue? Or what is preventing that? What is preventing those trees from being replaced?
That is I guess it would be a staffing issue because we can't really think about planting trees right now. We're trying to get the trees cleared out, and the follow-up, it's a lot of work to get trees, put them back, plant them, water them. So we're just not quite there. I think in the spring, we may be closer to that.
Right, sorry, and I was referring to last year's January storms. No, we're definitely not expecting you to plant them in the last 2 days. So,
believe it or not, we're not caught up from last year's storm. So it's just there's just a lot of tree damage out there. And then we're trying to proactively hit all the stuff that's coming in. Everyone's worried about trees right now. So we get, like I say, we get 4 or 5 calls a day, and it's not people worried about planting trees. They want them pruned, trimmed, removed, topped. So so it's just in the air right now.
And so maybe one more kind of question on the budget side of this. So if, for instance, the council was interested in doing a one-time major investment in our canopy, if we had money to invest in that, could that make a difference? Could we bring on contractors to help us do a big planting? Or do we just not have the staff to do that?
Definitely that would help. Bringing on a contractor just specifically for that and just not dilute it into the rest of the work. And we would probably need some type of intern help or something like that, or part-time help or something to go over all the accounting. And, there's a lot of accounting, I guess you would call it, that needs to be done, tracking work orders, closing things, following up conversations, phone calls, putting things in inventory, inventorying things. So there's that type of help that needs to be done also.
And I would just add, this is a conversation the town manager and I were having earlier today, and I think it's a conversation we can continue, because we were starting to think about what potential sources might exist to pursue additional support for the program.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Yeah, because that's something I would definitely be interested in terms of like a capital project, because I get a lot of emails from folks about this, and I know we are stretched super thin, and so I wonder if there's groups out there like Our City Forest and folks like that who this is all they do, right? And they because they use kind of that intern model, it is a cheaper sort of model. So that's great. I appreciate the thought on that.
Councilmember Bristow, did you have your hand up?
Yes, although it looked like the arborist was going to make another comment.
I just wanted to add something. Planting trees is all well and good, but there's a follow-up that's involved in this, and you're talking about 2 years, and we're having a real hard time finding just people to stay on top of these, because then you're pulling dead trees out if they're not maintained, and we just don't have enough staff to do that. I mean, it's an honorable thing to do, but it's just right now, unless we get everybody to buy in and get these watered, it doesn't work.
Understood.
Yeah, thank you for that point. I mean, I was thinking about the fact that when the Almond Grove was repaved, trees went in, but that was a specific program, and those trees were watered for 2 years. But I know that, some of those trees got snapped off, trees have died, and when a new tree goes in, I think even though it's a street tree, the homeowner has to commit to taking care of that tree, and hopefully people will follow through with that commitment. I did have a question or comment when you talk about the budget for the tree program, and it has in there that the budget is about $200,000 a year for contracted tree services, but I look at the chart and it looks like we're spending about $250,000 a year. Is that something that needs to be adjusted, or is there another, how do you actually do that if the budget is $200,000 and we're spending more than that? So
in the past, the budget would start out as 100,000 and we'd go to council and approve another 100,000. And then I don't know why it's 247,000 each year, but that's just a number that went year to year. Each year we would go back, add money, add money.
Okay, because
So
right now
we-
in the
we-
report it says 200 and the chart goes above that every year.
I think now that we've had this conversation, you'll notice like April, May, you'll start to see us come back with like, we need another 30,000, we need another 30,000. And so as the fiscal year ends, we run out of money. Prior to the 23-24 budget, I think the allocation was 100,000 in the general fund for that tree program. And I believe it was this year was the first year we increased it to 200 as a general fund line item. And even that may prove to not be enough.
Okay, thank you. And then I think that list that Kevin Arroyo forwarded, which included, was comments from other arborists in other cities, I think is really worth some consideration. The comments about, maybe pear and other trees, people might like them, they might look pretty, but he talked about the fact that, if they're near an open space, they can spread and invade that area. They don't support wildlife. I think our tree program, our trees enhance our community completely. I don't want to live anywhere where there's not a lot of trees. It increases our real estate value, it gives us shade, but they can serve multiple purposes and they can provide nesting areas for birds or berries or whatever. And so I do think that some of those comments or replacements are worth a look. I don't think you need a motion on that, but I would be interested in knowing like how and when we update our street tree list. Does that go through the Parks Commission? Does it come back to council, or is it just a staff work in progress?
The Parks and Sustainability Commission is still working on their work plan, but this is definitely a topic that interested them when we spoke about it in December. But I believe that, yes, because the street tree list is part of our town code or reference, and I think we need to come back to you.
Okay, thank you. I mean, there were a couple trees flagged on here for high water use, so I think if you've got something that has similar stature and, serves the, I'm not a tree expert, but if there's a tree that can replace it that would be more native, use less water, reach the same height, not buckle the sidewalk, I think it's worth revamping and updating the list, given that there's an overall move to more natives and an overall move to less water, and we should just assume that we're never going to have all the water we want for our plants.
I'll just add, this effort will probably be done by a landscape architect or something like that. So it'll be professionally done. It's not going to be us trying to wing something together.
Thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. Yeah, and I liked another one of Kevin's ideas on there on an email was maybe even kind of restructuring the way that list is laid out in terms of, if we have, if we want to keep the pears or whatever on there, maybe that's fine, but we prioritize or encourage the natives at the top of the list and say, hey, these are the ones we really encourage. Down here, other ones that, sort of thing. I like that idea of kind of restructuring the list to really encourage the natives. And then unfortunately, I spoke with an old professor who's a total tree nerd at Cal Poly, and his guidance was we have, cities should be thinking about natives and then also natives to places that are slightly more arid than those places are because of climate change. And so thinking about trees that are a little bit more drought tolerant than some of our natives that are native to the surrounding regions, right? We don't want things from the Mojave Desert, but, trees that are a little bit more drought tolerant. I had two other questions. So one was, the town of Los Gatos does our street tree program one way. Other cities, their residents take a little bit more ownership. Like the city of San Jose has a different kind of model for how they do street trees. I'm wondering if we've ever thought about, a reimbursement program or something for, residents that want to plant in the public right of way and take some ownership over their tree where there might not be a tree right now. I don't know if we've ever put any thought or what your experience is with kind of the different models of how to do street tree programs, kind of the pros and cons there.
I'll defer to the arborist for the history in Los Gatos. I'm familiar with the San Jose program, and they really don't support residents at all in their ownership of the tree. Like your frontage is your responsibility. They give you a list of what you can and can't plant there. As far as I know, I don't think they provide any funding support to residents for that program, and I'm sure it was a cost-cutting measure at some point. I don't know enough about that program to speak to how it's impacted their canopy, but I think it's, I don't know if it's ever been discussed here. I'll defer to the arborist.
I don't really have a lot to add to that, except I've seen what happens to a lot of the trees in San Jose, and it's not a maintained operation, not like it is here. I mean, with having contract work done, you're getting good quality work done, and it's consistent, and I think that's important.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I've heard and read that San Jose is one of the biggest cities in the country with one of the weakest canopies. So I think that kind of makes sense. I like how we do our tree program. I just think if there's ever an opportunity for residents to, who are interested in adding to, not, taking over any existing responsibility, but adding to the canopy, I think that could be a good thing. And then this is a different sort of idea that it might just be a bad one, but I love fruit trees. On my little fourplex property, it's a 1/4 acre. I have about 16 fruit trees, and they're great. They provide they provide food and canopy. I was wondering if we've ever thought about trying to incorporate low mess fruit trees into our canopy ever. I don't know if that's just a bad idea, but like I have a lemon tree on my street that all the neighbors walk by and they pick a lemon kind of thing, and it's great. Trees like that, they're a lemon tree is evergreen and they don't create much of a mess. I could see it being a problem with a peach tree or whatever, but I don't know if you've had any experience with fruit trees being incorporated into a canopy.
Yeah, fruit trees don't work as far as our street trees, because fruit trees they stay fairly low and they want to spread out, and that doesn't work when you have sidewalk and you have curb and gutter and street sweepers. They just don't. As a matter of fact, they're not even part of our replacement policy. If you remove a tree as part of your replacement, you cannot put in. Well, you can put in fruit trees, but they don't count as replacement trees.
Is that on private property as well?
Yes.
Okay. That's interesting. Because I think fruit trees on a private property can make a lot of sense.
Sure.
But it doesn't. You don't think it makes sense to have them count towards the canopy?
Well, that's just part of the ordinance. They can still plant them. That just doesn't count as replacement trees because they're not covered as far as you can remove a fruit tree without a permit.
Yeah, okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I think maybe the next time we talk about this, I'd be interested in diving into that piece a little bit deeper, because I think, we used to be a place with many, many fruit trees, and now we have very little, and I've seen a trend towards people planting more fruit trees. So, yeah, I appreciate all the insight and expertise on this. Thank you.
Any further comments or questions? I believe the intent of this agenda item was to raise awareness to town council and the community regarding our program. I'm not sure if we need a motion on any of the direction or input. I will look to, no, we do not. All right, hopefully this was informative for everybody. I appreciated the conversation. And with that, with no hands raised, I will close the item. And we will move on to our last item, number 9, which is to receive a status report on capital improvement projects and provide direction for the fiscal year 2024/2025 through 2028 through 2029 priorities. Ms. Burnham, welcome. Look forward to your staff report.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. I'm Nicole Burnham, Director of Parks and Public Works for the town. Tonight's item is kind of the first step in the process of building the capital budget. So it won't be the last time we talk about it. The plan tonight is really just to talk about projects we have on the books already, as well as kind of talk about what some of the needs are that we know of and that we're hearing about from the community and that I think you've heard about. We'll see if I can get the presentation pulled up, and we can take it from there. So while the clerk is pulling up the presentation, I can just jump in, and because the first slide is really going to be talking about attachment 1. And it's a summary of the attachment 1, as you might appreciate, has a lot of data and a lot of information, and it's all really small. So getting it onto a slide just was going to be really challenging. So this is a summary kind of overview of the roll-up of what is in attachment 1. I want to note that we did submit a revision to attachment 1 in today's desk item. And the revision just adjusts the name of one column, the column 23-24 actual spending. So in the original submittal, it just said actuals. We adjusted it today to clarify that that's actual spending through January 24th of 2024. As you look at attachment 1 and its details, you'll see we have 63 projects currently funded in our capital improvement plan. 11 of them are funded annually and they are ongoing. 52 of them are what we'd call one-time projects, so projects that we work on discreetly and have a very definitive start and end. Of those 52, we expect that we will close 10 of them this year, and I'm holding out hope that we may be able to get through an additional 6 of them. My goal has been to really try to work off the backlog and whittle down the number of projects we're trying to manage. And so I hope that I'm going to be able to demonstrate that we're succeeding in that. So attachment 1 documents past spending for each of the projects that's currently funded, plus the year-to-date spending, as I noted. So it gives you a glimpse as to kind of where our focus is and where our energies have been focused. You'll see that there are no charges for certain projects. And again, this is in attachment 1 in the memorandum. We have vacancies in our capital program on the engineering side, so we've had to prioritize which projects get worked on. So there are some projects that have had no spending year to date, and so we're hoping we will correct that with a posting for engineers this spring. And this attachment also gives you a nice overview of what's currently funded in the adopted CIP that's on the town website, and that was adopted last spring. If we go to the next slide. So this is a summary. So this is straight from your council memo, table 2. It is a summary of the ongoing annual projects, the ones that we contribute funding to every year. We think these funds are generally working well. The ones that exist right now, we'd like to propose that we keep them all at the same funding levels. We'll talk about funding levels in a minute, or later. And then we're going to suggest that we add, which is actually a restoration of 1, which is annual restriping. I got overzealous last year trying to whittle down the number of funds we're managing. And we put that one on the shelf, and it turns out it actually does play a pretty important role for the engineering team and being able to do periodic crosswalk improvements or restriping in areas where there's confusion. So the next slide.
So of the existing one-time projects, we tried to parse out and make some recommendations about projects that are either high priority for the town and we know have big funding needs, like the Highway 17 interchange and capacity improvement project and the bike ped overcrossing, or projects that we know are priority, like the Shannon Road repair, but that we think need a little bit more funding. And then other projects, the Civic Center plumbing, Town Plaza turf repair, and Creekside Park, where we, they are, in the case of Civic Center plumbing, an important project to maintain the infrastructure. There's some funding for this already, and as we've started into the building, we realize there's more plumbing needs than we anticipated. And so we want to make sure we have funding to address leaks over the coming years. The idea is, a small amount of funding over multiple years, not a multi-million-dollar one-time project. The Town Plaza turf repair, for those of you that spend any time in Plaza, you might notice that the grass there is in fairly tough shape, largely due to roots from the redwoods, and our inability to have kept up with that and keep up with that in recent years. So we'd like to continue to put some money into that so we can build enough of. We haven't done work there, partly because the funding we have available kind of isn't enough to really do a meaningful project. So we'd like to suggest that we need more money there if that wants to be a priority for the town. And then Creekside Park turf replacement, which is a project we talked about last year, and the council funded it at a $500,000 level. We need additional money if we're going to do that turf replacement, replace the artificial turf at that field. So those are just, we wanted to give you an idea of kind of where our head is on our existing projects that we are working on delivery of, and where we think we would recommend probably putting some additional funding. With the next slide. There are two projects that I wanted to raise awareness on. Both actually happen to be at the Public Works yard. So when storms happen like Sunday and we lose power at our Public Works yard, we run on backup generator. That yard is equipped to fully operate fully support our operation, all of our staffing, as well as our vehicles and everything that happens there. That generator, we've been advised, needs replacement, and our transfer switch electrical infrastructure needs to be upgraded to ensure that can continue to run. So we wanted to flag that as an issue because I don't think I need to say the importance of, the concern that we have about the inability to use that yard if power were to go out. And then Fleet Bay improvements. So, and I included actually two photos that our mechanic sent to me to highlight this issue for me last August. So this is on the right. When we pull this vehicle into the bay, literally there's 2 inches between the workbenches and the front of the vehicle, and the back of the vehicle is still hanging out of the bay. So we'd like to optimize the ability to work on larger vehicles, not by manipulating the building, but by providing a pad and a shade structure and a small lift outside. So it wouldn't be part of the interior of the building, but it would be shaded space, and the vehicles could be left. It would really optimize our the working environment there. So I wanted to highlight those two things. And then I will go to the next slide. So the next two slides really highlight some projects we've heard about from the community. In Parks and Public Works, we have been doing a lot of work and a lot of discussion with the pickleball community, including residents, but also Los Gatos Saratoga Rec, and talking about the programs they run. We currently have one pickleball court, one pickleball facility. It's 4 courts at La Rinconada. There's a lot of competing interests for use of that asset between pickleball and tennis. It's also, because it is the only space in town to play pickleball for free in a park, it gets a high volume of use, and there are residents directly across the street that are impacted. So this is a topic we've really engaged deeply in with the Parks and Sustainability Commission over the last 9 months. And I included a memo that in your packet, I included a memo that we presented to Parks, and when it was Parks Commission in October, about what the options might be for pickleball. Their recommendation was that we give consideration to restriping one court at Blossom Hill, one of the tennis courts, to pickleball, and it could be dual use, but that would that would effectively double the number of pickleball courts in town, and provide some much needed relief for La Rinconada and the volume of play it sees there. So wanted to make sure we spend a little bit of time on that, and there might be questions because we haven't talked about pickleball with council. Happy to come back to that, but what we're recommending consideration be given to funding resurfacing the court at La Rinconada, which is cracking and needs repair, restriping it for tennis as well as for pickleball courts like it is currently, and then at Blossom Hill Park, resurfacing and restriping one of the tennis courts to provide 4 pickleball courts. The next project is recoding the Air Force airplane. This was on our list last year. It is a contractual requirement that we have. We recommend that we be considering it for this year. Blossom Hill Road safety improvements. I think we put out through a manager's note information that we were the recipients. Our grant application to the Safe Streets for All program was successful. We're super excited about that. There will be a grant match requirement for that grant. And so we're working right now. We just had our first meeting with USDOT to talk about that and work on the grant agreement, but we will need to provide our matching fund. The next project, Townwide Park Master Plan. This is something I feel like we've heard about. I've heard it mentioned at council meetings. I've heard it's come up in Parks and Sustainability Commission. And I think one of the things that's in the back of our minds on the parks operating side and in the Parks and Sustainability Commission is this idea that as the town grows and expands and adds population, how do we accommodate that in terms of public space, that growth? So maybe something to give thought to there. And the next slide repeats the town park master plan because clearly I feel that's important because my bias is showing there. And then gets to the Overlook Road streetscape that we talked about earlier. We know this is a need. We're concerned about the idea of just going and planting street trees. We think it probably could use a little bit more of a look. We need, in terms of how they get planted, the elevations there, the grading there, whether there's a sidewalk there. 2 other projects we wanted to talk about for downtown. So prior to the pandemic, there was a downtown streetscape project. It's actually still on our list. And it's called Downtown Streetscape Revitalization / Economic Recovery Efforts. So it's an existing project. It was funded prior to pandemic, and during pandemic, I think it was repurposed into supporting the Parklet program, which is great. But we acknowledge that there is still a need to potentially do streetscape enhancements on Santa Cruz. We know San Jose Water needs to do water main replacement on Santa Cruz, which is going to impact that road. We also know that Santa Cruz from Blossom Hill Road to Broadway is going to come up in the paving program within the next few years. So we wanted to maybe daylight that issue and let council give consideration to how they might want to handle that. And then Montebello Way event closure, that is a small closure, but it's one that gets done every week for farmers market and for a number of events downtown. The economic vitality manager and I actually went to Sunnyvale and to look at some systems that they use up there because they have a couple of different types of bollards that they use. And And I think we would recommend that we consider that for Montebello, because it would ensure the safety of our events. Right now, some events we do a hard closure and provide barricades and anti-vehicle barriers, and other events it's more just signage. If we had bollards there that we could rise at each end, it would ensure the safety of each event. So those were the projects that we have for consideration. So the last slide, just to kind of recap, we wanted to give you kind of the status update and open opportunity for you to have conversation about what's happening with any existing capital projects. We wanted to recommend we continue to fund the annual projects that we have, talk about our funding priorities, both for the ones that are in Table 3 as well as potential new projects. This memo intentionally doesn't talk about dollar values except in Table 3. We're still working with the finance team to know how much money we will have available for capital budgeting. We don't expect it to be an overwhelmingly large amount, but we want to hear from you. But we also know we have other funding sources at our disposal, right? It's not just about the general fund transfer. We've got transportation impact fees. We've got stormwater fees. We want to hear from you what the priorities might be and what's resonating with you. And then we will put together a funding portfolio and come back to you to talk about that. So with that, I'm sorry it was kind of a lengthy report, but happy to take questions.
It was thorough at that, so thank you very much. Vice Mayor Hudes?
Yeah, thank you. And the slides are very helpful. I don't know if they were in the packet, but were they? Okay, then I missed them.
They were in today's desk item.
Oh, I see. Okay, I'm sorry. But thank you. That's really very helpful to get a view. There were a couple that were missing or I didn't see at a higher level. Mm-hmm. One of them is the deferred maintenance on the Adult Rec Center. I saw an HVAC project in there, but it seems to me that they're, I haven't seen the output of the session, Thursday session a week ago, but I am interested in that because just spending time in that building, as in some of the other buildings here, there seems to be significant deferred maintenance. They have I think 2 rooms that are closed because of mold, and just trying to work through that. Is there a place? Is that maybe that's operating budget? I don't know, but it seems to be deferred maintenance.
No, I appreciate that question. So in attachment 1, there are probably 4 projects we're currently working on in the Adult Rec Center, and we also did include the new project. So it's on page 2 of 2. These projects show up. We're working on floor repair, which is actually complete. HVAC, we just completed. We're currently working on upgrading the restrooms there. We do know, and then we did add the interim community center item with the $866,000 that was funded with ARPA funding. So we've had a number of projects going on there. By no means do we think that's all that needs to be done. We're working currently right now. I have an intern working through all of the infrastructure backlog facilities projects so that we can come back and present a comprehensive assessment of what is required for all of the facilities that we have in town, because we had assessments of them done a few years ago, including the rec center, and we have not taken that and put it into a comprehensive capital program. So you will see a more detailed assessment of that. In the meantime, I think if there's, I think we've tried to hit the highlights with what's been done, I think.
Vice Mayor?
Just a quick follow-up. Since we're sort of being asked to prioritize and there's kind of a short list of items, I'm having trouble locating where we're getting grants or income on these projects. So it's kind of difficult to prioritize and maybe I've missed it, but for instance, we might question $600,000 for a single stall bathroom in the adult rec center, but this is fully paid for, I believe. On the other hand, it sounded like there were a number of projects that we were not able to start because we lacked town engineers. And did we lose grants on those as well? So understanding the grant picture, and I know you've got it in the detail on the project list, but when we're being asked to prioritize, it'd be helpful unless I'm missing it.
No, I appreciate that question. I think we, in working on projects, are working to prioritize projects that have grants or where grant funding is at risk, which is why the Shannon Road Bike Ped project has continued to move forward. I appreciate your comment about the challenge with understanding grant funding, and I think we can try to work on the transparency of that. I will also just say for future projects and future grant funding, it's helpful to hear again, what the priorities are, and then we can go seek new grants to support those priorities. So,
thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, I'm going to open public comment, and I have 2 speaker cards. So I'm going to call Bill Kreitis, I hope I say your name correctly, to the podium, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening. I'm here to lend my support to the effort to increase the capacity and accessibility for pickleball. I'm currently playing at La Rinconada, and we are seeing increased activity there where people are waiting, getting in the way of people playing. So it's more and more becoming a priority to have more courts made available to us. I've also wanted to add to what Nicole had shared about the resurfacing, and part of that at La Rinconada is repair of the court. The cracks that she mentioned are very dangerous for us to play at. They're getting bigger every year. We've been trying to work with the Parks and Public Works Group and the Parks and Sustainability Commission to put efforts into getting that done, because the people who are playing are of the retirees and elderly, and you're not as mobile, and the cracks can lend themselves to people tripping and falling. So it's something that we need money to make that repair happen. The other part that I wanted to add is sound mitigation. That's not mentioned in what was shared by the director. The people at La Rinconada and maybe even Blossom Hill that live in that neighborhood need to have something done about the sound. It's a noisy sport. We all acknowledge that. But funding needs to be included to include sound mitigation. Los Altos converted 1 court at McKenzie Park. There's 2 tennis courts that were converted into 6 pickleball. They enclosed the entire court in sound barriers. It's already done. We can get resources. We can get input as to what that mitigation can achieve. But it's something that we need to also consider as far as a priority for that court, for the community that lives next to it. I think it's very important to include that in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
This is a question I'm going to have for staff as well later, but do you have a sense of what our pickleball demand versus supply is, and how that compares to other communities around us?
Not specifically. I know that when we play Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 9 to 12 is when that was reserved for open play. We have at least 36 people throughout that time period wanting to play, and the capacity is only 16. So there's always 4, 6, sometimes 10 people waiting along the sidelines to play a game. And we do have a system of rotating it in, but that's just showing the impact on all the demand on one location. And that's why I think Blossom Hill being repainted for pickleball would be a benefit to that area.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Liz Kreitis.
Hi, thank you. Bill did a very thorough job. I would just repeat what Councilman Rizzo said, where there's a lot of residents and a lot of needs. And pickleball is one of the things that makes Los Gatos great and adds to the community feel that we all love. And there's such an increased number of people wanting to play, learning to play, and a vast majority of us are seniors or approaching seniors. My point I really want to stress, in addition to just dittoing everything Bill said, is the danger at La Rinconada is real. And it is imperative that that get properly fixed. And I think that the amount of money that I just noticed in the budget for the repair of, just as an example, Creekside, which, you know, you can't play sports if you don't have a stable field. And there's a huge amount of money for that budget. And those are kids and their safety and their enjoyment. And this is adults and our safety first and our enjoyment. So I just urge, when you're looking at the budget, to please consider at least what's existing to make it work as a safe place for us to have a good time. Thanks.
Thank you. Any members of the public would like to come forward with a speaker card? If not, I'm going to look to see if we have any hands up on Zoom.
Yes, we have 5 hands raised on Zoom.
Okay.
I'll go with Leanne.
Hello, Leanne.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I'm concerned about our town spending $1 million on an artificial turf at Creekside Park that will almost definitely not meet future regulations. Not only does this plastic carpet shed microplastics, but all samples tested by experts at the Ecology Centre in Notre Dame University have tested positive for PFAS. PFAS are the thousands of forever chemicals we are constantly hearing about, which are being linked to cancers, infertility, and reduced immunity, etc. 8 of the 9 PFAS the EPA is considering deeming hazardous have been found in artificial turf. Governor Newsom recently vetoed a bill that would regulate PFAS in artificial turf. He vetoed not because he didn't agree with it, but because AB 1423 was devoid of any regulatory oversight. So he has passed the issue to the Department of Toxic Substances Control, who are studying many aspects of artificial turf with a view to regulating it. Future regulations will prevent pollution of the air we breathe, the soil that supports biodiversity, and the water we drink. This is the environment our developing children are dependent on. Developing children are more susceptible to the negative effects of any toxic exposures via inhalation, ingestion, and dermal absorption. Do we want a field that may not comply? If you're told a product is PFAS-free, industry generally only tests for 70 or so PFAS, and often only to parts per million, which is not sufficient enough to claim PFAS-free. The artificial turf industry has requested an allowance of 100 parts per million. To put that in perspective, the EPA advisory for drinking water equates to 0.000000004 parts per million. This is just one issue. There are many. Please pause on artificial turf, consider all the risks and their costs, and thoroughly investigate replacing the field with natural grass. New hybrid grasses are drought tolerant and more resistant to wear, which were the old arguments against natural turf. The cost to replace or repair real turf, natural turf, in the future will be much less than the ongoing replacement cost of artificial turf. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Cynthia?
Welcome, Cynthia.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening. Also speaking regards to Creekside Park, I wanted to encourage renaming the turf replacement budget item to field renovation to clarify that you have not yet approved which type of turf would go down there, artificial versus natural. I think it would be premature to assume artificial turf is the appropriate surface for Creekside renovation prior to completing the environmental analysis required under the California Environmental Quality Act, known as SECA, and properly exploring the feasibility of the much less environmentally impactful alternative, natural grass. When the SECA review is performed, we're going to need to look at the cumulative adverse environmental impacts that come with replacing this plastic carpeting every 10 years. given the evolution and the state of the science around this. There's a lot of research and evidence available now that was not available when artificial turf was originally installed on this site. For example, we didn't know until researchers studied it in 2018 about the volume of greenhouse gases released by artificial turf. We didn't know until researchers discovered it in 2019 that plastic carpet pollutes the watershed with PFAS chemicals, also known as forever chemicals. And it wasn't until this past year that EPA proposed to regulate PFAS in drinking water, which means adding PFAS to the watershed is a really big deal. And it wasn't until last year that researchers discovered microplastic pollution from artificial turf in the ocean. And the issue of what to do with all the waste is a growing problem as the available space in landfills is rapidly depleting. Artificial turf fields generate massive volumes of plastic waste that are not genuinely recyclable at scale, and we'd be adding this to the landfill every 10 years. As part of exploring the feasibility of natural grass for year-round high use, I encourage you to consider inviting this nonprofit called Beyond Pesticides to present to the council on its Sustainable Parks program. This program is teaching parks and rec departments how to prevent worn and bare spots, how to prevent mud, how to prevent pests on year-round high-use natural grass playing fields in order to give the kids a consistent level playing surface. This program doesn't sell services or products. It's just a program to educate either your in-house or outsourced field managers in how to keep natural grass in great shape on a public budget. You can find more information by searching up the program online. Search for Sustainable Parks Beyond Pesticides. Again, please invite this nonprofit to present to the council online or in person about the feasibility of natural grass for Creekside Park. Thank you for the consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is
Nicole.
Welcome, Nicole.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good evening and thank you, Honorable Los Gatos City Council members. My name is Nicole and I'm part of Saratoga High School's Environmental Action Club. I live in Saratoga and I'm a junior at Saratoga High School. According to the EPA, the most potent source of water pollution is urban runoff. Artificial turf is a major contributor to this problem, polluting waterways with hundreds of pounds of PFAS and plastics per year per field. In most plastic turfs, not only are the blades itself made of plastic, but so are the little pebbles that are spread out between the plastic blades of the turf. These pebbles are actually cut up pellets of rubber tires, which are non-biodegradable. Activity on artificial turf leads to its plastic content ending up in various rivers or waterways, where they poison wildlife and the people that use the water. I still remember when I was taking part in my school's color guard and PE. After running around for mere minutes, I had already gotten handfuls of rubber pellets stuck in my shoe, which just goes to show how easily the plastic can spread. In fact, one report from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention found PFAS in the blood of 97% of Americans. Artificial turf is also extremely toxic itself. PFAS can also lead to cancer, autoimmune diseases, severe damage to organs, and birth defects. Just look at the case where 6 baseball players for the Philadelphia Phillies who played on artificial turf all contracted and died from glioma, a rare brain cancer. Plastics contain many other harmful chemicals as well, which may cause chemical burns to the lungs, lead to lung disease, and affect our body's nervous system. The toxicity of artificial turf and its virus-like ability to spread are what make it such a huge concern. This is just one of many reasons why action has already been taken in other cities to address this issue too. In late 2022, Boston banned artificial turf in parks. Millbrae and San Mateo County also established the interim ordinance, a moratorium banning the installation of artificial turf and synthetic grass. This moratorium has since evolved into a permanent ordinance and now completely bans the installation of artificial turf. For the immense health and safety concern, we hope you could reconsider the use of artificial turf and instead look to natural grass. Investing more money into artificial turf is a waste, especially considering its short lifespan and toxic properties, so we ask you to please not locate more money into artificial turf installation. Thank you for listening and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Pamela.
Welcome, Pamela.
Good evening. I'm Pam Bond and I live in Los Gatos. I'm a parent. And I'd also like to comment about the Creekside Sports Park replacement. And I would kindly request that you consider natural drought-tolerant grass instead of artificial turf. More cities are questioning the safety and environmental and human health effects of artificial turf. And one example that Nicole shared was Millbrae, which passed a ban as soon as SB 676 was signed by Governor Newsom. And in October of 2023, the city of Sunnyvale City Council voted to approve a park design with natural grass rather than artificial turf, which was in the original design plan. And they are considering a study issue session to consider barring artificial turf from city parks. An average artificial turf field has 40,000 pounds of plastic and 400,000 pounds of tire infill. It's only in recent years that research on plastic and artificial turf has revealed its toxicity and pollution issues. Tire crumb is an issue on its own, and while I believe the decision might be to use a different infill for the new field, the problem of the plastic remains, along with whatever might be contained in any alternative infill material. Creekside's field is 11 years old. The life expectancy of an artificial turf field is 8 to 10 years, but Creekside already looked bad at least 2 years ago. And if you visit the field, you'll see the tire crumb infill at the surface of the field because the plastic blades have all worn down to the level of the infill. The blades should be higher than the infill. Artificial turf is seen as a set it and forget it type of surface, no maintenance, but it's a lie and a dangerous one for our kids who play on it. The few GMAX tests for hardness available revealed dangerously high readings at Creekside Sports Park. This means that the field was not properly maintained, or it should have already been replaced. There are guidelines for hardness testing, aerating, refilling, infill, and brushing the field to maintain a safe surface, cleaning up debris and animal poop that can breed bacteria, but there are no laws that require it. There are rules posted about no food and drinks on the fields, rules for footwear, and recommendations about hand washing and clothes washing after games. But who does this? There's tire crumb infill and plastic blades in the soil and parking lot around the field. I worry about the consequences to our children, coaches, spectators, and the environment, particularly the creek below, if we replace the field with more plastic. I know that the artificial turf is on the town's general plan and is slated to be discussed. So I would hope you can consider exploring artificial turf and switching to natural grass for Creekside Sports Park. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any further hands on Zoom?
Yes, one more hand. Aiden?
Welcome, Aiden.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so good evening, Los Gatos City Council. I'm a junior at Saratoga High School, and I'm here as part of my school's Environmental Action Club to support an adoption of a dark sky or light pollution control ordinance that would protect wildlife and birds alike. Light pollution is an often overlooked but nonetheless harmful pollution that harms human sleep cycles because of light trespass, artificial light at night entering where it shouldn't. It leads to less safety at night because of glare, excessively bright lights that increase contrast and makes it difficult to see in shadows. It also is hugely damaging to the environment through a variety of harmful interactions with a number of species. For example, birds are drawn to buildings and many millions die every year from collisions. Bats and other nocturnal wildlife can be pressured to stay in caves and eventually die. Habitats are also destroyed through fragmentation from restriction of the movement of wildlife. Migration and mating behaviors of insects and other animals are also disrupted. Because of the various problems artificial light at night can cause, we support a dark sky ordinance and for you to put it as a priority item for the coming years. I'd also like to express support for a ban on artificial turf. Artificial turf has a number of issues, including toxicity and heat. All artificial turf contains PFAS, whether that is because of the manufacturing process or to give the plastic special properties. PFAS have a lot of terrible impacts on health, like increased risk of cancer, autoimmune diseases, and organ damage. Artificial turf also has heat problems, rising to temperatures as high as 160 degrees Fahrenheit. Because of the problems of artificial turf, we also support a ban and for you to prioritize it as well. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Any further hands?
There are no more hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. I will close public comment and look to my council members for comments. Councilmember Rennie?
So question on table 3 for the Highway 17-9 interchange. Is that fully funded to get us to shovel ready?
The dollar of value, I assume you're asking about the 8.6 million in estimated additional funding?
Well, that's a little confusing because it says 8.6, but then you say the town match is 11 million.
Yeah, because we already have a portion of it in the capital budget. In the 5-year CIP, there's already existing
okay, I see what you mean. So 11 is what we would need. We need 8.6 more than what we have. Okay.
And that's based on the most recent cost estimates, and that project's still in concept to design. So it'll shift over time.
So what I'm trying to understand is how much more do we need to put in to get it shovel ready? Because that's been kind of the important target point. Because shovel ready projects, when the government decides we're having a recession and they want to get people to work right away, they tend to look for shovel ready projects. It's easier to get grant funding. It's easier to get those kinds of funding that we've seen in the past.
I don't know the answer to that, actually.
And the reason I'm picking on this project is the numbers don't look that much different than Highway 17 bridge, where it says, we need $6 million more for that versus we need $8 million more for the Highway 17 and route Highway 17/9 interchange. But the amount of dollars we need to find to finish the construction seems like it's much larger than the pedestrian bridge, which means it may be longer in order to find those dollars. I think that Measure A has $35 million in it for this, and we're probably going to cost $70 million to get it done. So there's a lot more millions to be found somewhere. And so in my thinking, we're much further from this project getting the funding to be able to complete it all the way. Which then I start to wonder, in 25, 26, you're going to start putting $800,000 away per year. Are we just going to collect it in a piggy bank until it's needed? Or is that going to be moving it towards finishing design? So so again, all of this is leading up to my concern of this plan to start what looks like reserving $800,000 a year, which does nothing for 10 years until we collect the money we need, but then it's sitting there not being used. So I'm concerned about the plan and whether that's going to be an effective use of the dollars to just start piggy banking that much money per year. At least that's what it looks like is happening to me.
I can start an answer to that, and then I can ask the town engineer, Mr. Heap, if he wants to chime in. But that project the design is led by VTA. So it is their design team that's leading the charge. We contributed money already in the past to support the preliminary design. At present, they're in concept design and they're working on environmental documents. But the current price tag through construction, based on the current concept design, is a total of $111 million. Most of that is expected to be paid with Measure B, congestion management money. The town's match for that project is 10%. So that's where the $11 million comes from. VTA is moving forward with that project. They expect to make it shovel ready and continue to bring it through design. They're talking 27, 28, kind of in that time frame to look to construction. When they look to construction, the town's going to need its match. So we're just suggesting that if we're serious about that project, it might be easier to put away $800,000 a year now rather than try to find 11 million all at one time. And we might be able to find grant money to backstop that 11 million. We may not need all of it, but we would still need some grant match. So that's why the theory is there about squirreling it away. But I appreciate your comment.
And so again, I'd like us to think about, instead of squirreling away, that's a lot of money that could have gone into streets, which are degrading instead, or something. And I realize it's harder to find 11 million all at once unless we're somehow diligent about paying earlier for something that we might have paid for later, so that there's more funds more easily to go to it. I just don't like creating cookie jars with what looks like millions of dollars sitting there doing nothing. So I worry about that process. I also not positive your comments are correct. I know, since I sat on VTA board, that it's 35 million for the 17 corridor is what is allocated. They might be thinking to take money from the highways bucket, but our bucket that was created for the 17 corridor was 35 million, so it's nowhere near 111 unless they think 35 is enough to match to a federal grant on it. So again, my point is I think it's going to be a long time before we find this funding. You said 27, 28, so that is a long time. And this gets back to, again, I'm worried about squirreling away money in a cookie jar that's not doing anything when we have a lot of other needs in town. I have other comments, but I don't think I have any other questions right now.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. So on that one, and maybe actually a question first for the mayor on process. So I don't know if people are going to have comments on tables 1 and 2, but maybe do we want to start with kind of where we're starting here with table 3 and then just kind of go through the rest of the staff report, because there's a lot to go through here.
There is a lot, but yeah, we can start with table 3 since we're on it.
Great. Okay, thank you. So I guess since we're already talking about this project, so I sort of have the opposite opinion, which is that I think we should put down money on this project whenever possible, because we're actually coming up pretty quickly on the 2027, 2026 date where we would need to, put our money down. And I think the last time we talked about CIP, I had expressed some hesitancy about this project. After learning a lot more about this project and talking with some VTA folks about it, I think this would be one of the most transformative projects to the town of Los Gatos that we could do. I think, the two big issues here is, we could potentially fix beach traffic, which if we did that, we would be the most popular town council to ever exist in the town of Los Gatos. And then the other big thing for me is that we only have 3 ways to get over Highway 17, and fixing that Highway 9 cloverleaf, I think, would be, incredible, especially considering we have a lot of new developments happening in that area. So I really like the idea of putting $800,000 down. I would even want to put $800,000 down maybe this year, maybe next year, to start to make some progress on this, because I would be so sad to, have VTA and Caltrans be ready on this and Los Gatos not be able, on an $111 million project, for us not to be able to do the 10% would be pretty disappointing. So I think this is a great project that we should be ambitious about funding.
Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. Regarding the project, there's multiple steps. How much have we put into this project so far?
That is actually presented in attachment 1, which that number is 600,000.
Okay. And this is a project that it's not an if, it's going to happen, assuming all the money comes together. So we have to be ready to put our money into it. And we did get the information recently, and I've been to some of the meetings in the past about how this project is moving forward. So I guess there would be a philosophical difference of whether we just suddenly come up with $11 million in a couple of years or whether we start planning for it. But I do think we have to be ready that we're going to be paying $11 million. Will that happen at the start of the project or, you know, when they start construction, or will it be that we're due to pay that when it completes, or do we pay it in phases?
That's a good question. I haven't worked out that detail with VTA, but I can get more information on that from them at our next meeting, unless, do you?
Because it looked like completion was 2030.
Yeah.
And, you know, 3 years is a big deal. But I agree with Councilmember Moore, and I've been very, this is an incredibly critical project for the town for a variety of ways in terms of decreasing turbulence at the merge on Highway 17, in terms of keeping people on the freeway, reducing traffic on our streets, but also the interchange at Highway 9, getting on the freeway is horrible, getting off the freeway is horrible, and there's no continuous sidewalks and there's no bike lanes. And so given just the demand we have right now, but given that we have more residents coming, we want people to have easier access to downtown, we have projects coming forward, this is a project that really is needed with our additional housing units coming. So big picture, I would say I agree with all of the ongoing projects we have, although we've skipped to table 3, and we have no choice. We have to do Shannon stabilization, and I'm in favor, we need to move forward on that. The 17-9 interchange for sure. The 17 BPOC, the bike pedestrian overcrossing, has been a priority for years, and we need to continue that as another way to connect the east and west parts of Los Gatos. And I would say Civic Center plumbing and the Creekside turf. With the Creekside turf, I don't know if the council is going to get into discussion or not, but I'm curious, what would the cost be? I know that we basically, stripped the ground bare to put turf in 10 years ago or so. How much would it cost to revert to real grass? Do we have a cost estimate on that versus replacing plastic grass?
I don't. I think if we wanted to know the answer to that, we'd need to do some more analysis than I'm able to do right.
Okay, at least for me, that is an important question. I would like to know, and I don't know if the rest of the council members do, but what would be the cost if we went to grass, and what would the maintenance difference be? And given that plastic grass lasts maybe 10 years, knowing that we would have to replace the plastic in 10 more years, a comparison of what would the cost be spread out over 20 years for doing plastic twice or going to real grass, besides, the impossible to measure in dollars damage we could be doing to the water and to people's health.
Vice Mayor Hudes, followed by Councilmember Rennie.
Just to weigh in quickly on these, I agree the Creekside Park turf, that's a very unique question that we're being asked. And so the question in my mind is total cost of ownership of the alternatives over a 20-year period. And if, and to not spend a huge effort on the alternative at first, let's find out whether it's even something we could afford at this point, and whether the community group would fund a portion of it as well. The Shannon Road repair, that's a must-do. I think we have to step up and do that. Fortunately, we've been finding some ways of managing that. The 17-9 interchange is interesting. It's not only a must-do, it's going to happen whether we say so or not, and it's a matter of us paying for it. My understanding is that, it's a finance question more than a do we want it or not, because it's going to happen to us. So while it's a good thing, that to me is, what's the right method of paying for this? Then, I'm not sure where we are on the pedestrian and bike, the bike and pedestrian bridge design on that, but I'd be interested in understanding a little bit more about where we are on that. Specifically, as the cost on that has gone up for the total cost, and then the others I agree with.
Councilmember Rennie, and then followed by Councilmember
Actually,
Moore.
if it's okay, can I just address that question about the bridge? I'm sorry,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I
I'm
want to
sorry.
make sure that people are clear on the cost of that project.
Yes.
The total cost of that Highway 17 overcrossing still is around $25 million. That we were here in December of 2022. That's about where we were then. We don't have an updated cost estimate. It is fully funded through design, through construction documents. The $6.3 million that is in the table of future funding needs is the same number that was in the table of TIF project list, represents 25% of that projected future cost, with the expectation that 75% of the total cost would come through grants. But I don't believe that cost has increased or changed.
Okay, that's an example of one where it's really important to understand the grants, the probability of those grants, as well as the amounts.
Councilmember Rennie?
Thank you. So I'll start with the Creekside turf. Thoughts on that? So I've most of, maybe not the last few years, but for most of the years since I left grad school, I played soccer as an adult multiple times a week on many different kinds of fields. And I've never seen a grass field that was really maintained so that it didn't have missing pieces, so you easily turned your ankles, or there was dirt that had rocks on it, so when you ended up sliding, you were tearing yourself up. I think it's very difficult to maintain a grass field, so particularly with the amount of use this field gets with all of the different teams that use it, then I know now every day at lunchtime it's full of people doing pickup soccer. I think you need to be careful calculating what you think the maintenance cost is going to be, because it's probably going to be like trying to keep up a stadium kind of field for professional games, or you're going to end up with a chopped up field that's going to do more damage to the people playing on it, turning ankles and so forth. I went out and kicked the ball around on the field when it was wet out there, and I see that the drainage is a bit of an issue on the northeast corner. It's kind of underwater there, so you do have a drainage issue, but most of the rest of the field was usable when I went out there and kicked the ball around. I realize it's worn down some, but to me it feels like it has more life in it. It's not a perfect new field, but also if you start considering, that's a lot of plastic we're throwing away. Can we get some more life out of it? So my first thought, again, is to not rush out and replace it yet. I guess I could take some more convincing, but if you're going to replace that with a grass field, I think the grass field is quickly going to be worse kind of shape to play on than what's currently a plastic field that maybe you want to get a little more life out of. So anyway, some different thoughts on that. We need to be careful about what direction we go, and do we really need to do it quite yet? Can we get some more life out of it? I'm okay with the rest of Table 3. I hear people saying both interchange and both pedestrian bridge, but that's $14 million more we need. So we might need to think about prioritizing which is going to come first, or we may end up not getting enough money for either one, kind of thing. So we may need to think about that, and it may be based on when the external funding becomes available also, and so maybe it's a combined fund that we start putting money in, and then we figure out which project we end up funneling it to first, because I have a hard time seeing that we'll have 14 million available in time when both projects might be ready. So we might have to decide which one comes first. Should I stop here or go on to the other? Stop for at table 3? Okay.
Okay, so I'll provide my input. I'm in general agreement with all the comments. However, with the Highway 17 interchange and the pedestrian and bicycle bridge, I just don't have enough information to really make a recommendation on that. That's something the Finance Commission is working on, the 5-year capital plan, and I really would look forward to some of their input on that. Councilmember Moore?
Thank you, Mayor. So my thoughts on Creekside. So I generally am very sympathetic to the commenters we just heard from. I think they bring up a lot of really good points. I hadn't thought about Councilmember Rennie's idea about just, not rushing on the replacement. I was on that field, maybe a month or two ago, and I felt similarly. I've definitely been on worse turf fields. So I think that's a good thought. 2 questions I had about that are, do we get money from the comp teams, and if so, how much? And then how much access in terms of like hours a week or days a week do our residents have to that field? Because I know it's in my assessment it's dominated by non-Los Gatos resident use.
I can answer the use question, and then I'm going to see if the finance director can give us some insight on revenue. But generally before 3 p.m. on almost any day of the week, the field is unreserved. There are 2 groups that have reservations and use agreements. One is Los Gatos United Soccer. The second is Red Hawks Lacrosse, and it varies by year. It varies over the year. Like this month, Mondays and Fridays, there's no reserved use of the field at all. At least that's what it looked like when I checked today. On the weekends, there's more. So weekend use is quite intensive, but there's usually a couple hours a day that's available for public use. And then the rest of it varies by year. But definitely Monday through Friday, more often than not, before 3 p.m. it's available. And then I don't know if Director Ambari can answer the question about how much revenue we might generate off of the fields and the...
So I don't know the exact number, but the ballpark, there is an annual agreement between the town and the Little League, and they pay portion of utilities annually, and their annual lease, it's way below $20,000. So it's not a significant compare or cost.
Okay, got it. That's good to know. So that's another big kind of question mark, and I guess I would say like hesitation I have here, is that I think this is a little bit of a unique facility in that we're paying a lot of money for something that, it sounds like maybe 50% of the time our residents can't use, and our residents definitely, it sounds like, can't use at, the really desirable hours of the day. So I think, we have here that the community group may fund up to $200,000, which is, 15-20% of the project. I'm definitely hesitant on this one. On the other ones, so the already commented on Highway 17-9. I think that's great. Put money there whenever we can. On Shannon Road, so the one thing I wanted to bring up there was one thing that I've heard. So one suggestion and comment that I've heard from the residents up there quite a bit, including one of our planning commissioners, Melanie Hansen, who lives in the Santa Rosa neighborhood, is that neighborhood is interested in. They're obviously super concerned about Shannon Road being closed for a year, right? That's like it's going to be a huge impact for the neighborhood. So one thing they're interested in exploring is the idea of opening up. There's a fire road at the top of the Santa Rosa road that goes to Harwood Court, that will then go down and over into Harwood Road, and they're very much interested in opening that up. And so I wanted to see if, when this comes back, if we could get any sense of like the possibility, the logistics of doing that. I know right now it's a pretty narrow fire lane, and then the associated costs with doing that, because I do think that'd be I'm not at all married to that particular mitigation tactic, but I do think mitigating the impacts to that neighborhood are worth thinking about as we think about closing that road for a year or so. So just wanted to put that out there. And then the last one, super supportive of the 17 bike and ped bridge.
Any further comments on table 3? As we work through the staff report, we've got 4 items, but we took 2 out of order. So any further comments on that? If not, we're going to go to table 2 and consider additional funding for the ADA compliance work and restore annual restriping projects, and again, continue to fund the ongoing projects. Any comments? Councilmember Ristow.
I'm completely in favor of that. I think we want to finish what we've started. So, the projects we've got going, and it makes great sense to go back to the annual restriping so we can address crosswalks and other things when we need to.
Any further comments on that? Vice Mayor Hudes?
I'm looking for the ERP project. Is that on table 2?
It's not on table 2 because it's a one-time project. So you find reference to it in attachment 1 at the bottom of page 2 of 2. So.
Okay, are we going to be talking about that later, or did we cover that already?
Well, I didn't really address it. It's funded at this point. I think if the town manager can talk about it. At this point, it's funded in an implementation phase, but I think either the town manager or finance director can cover that.
Yeah, this is a project that is well underway and is fully funded, and is something that we're hoping will be going live in 2024.
What is this?
This is the enterprise resource planning. This is the upgrade to our finance management system, as well as our human resource and payroll systems. It's going to be, I know our council cares deeply about efficiencies. This is the one that's going to make a huge amount of difference for the town. But it's a lot of data migration. It's a whole new system, and we've got a lot of training and further implementation ahead. But it's well underway.
Sounds like tonight's not the time to talk about it.
But
I am interested in where we are on the project, how the estimate to complete matches the remaining budget, and when we will start to see some of the product of that. So whenever the right time is to do that, I'd be interested.
Okay, thank you.
Any further comments on table 2? Okay, then we'll move to item number 3, which is to consider 2 new projects at the town's Parks and Public Works yard that are critical to the operations, and consider an increasing the pavement condition index goal from 75 to 78. Any comments? Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, thank you very much for bringing these to us. I think these are both, I think it's abundantly clear why both of these are needed. If I had to prioritize this whole thing, I would say, the transfer switch and generator due tomorrow, because that is a you think about the storms we just experienced, and not having a generator there would be catastrophic. So thank you very much for bringing that to us. And I also feel so bad for our mechanics. So I'm glad that we're addressing that one too. The image of them disassembling and then reassembling those giant trucks is, yeah. So thank you for bringing those to us, and also glad to see we're constantly increasing our goals for our pavement. So that's all great stuff. Yeah, 2-3 thumbs up on all of those.
Councilmember Rennie.
Yeah, so I also think I'm for projects that are efficiency based. So the ERP, I certainly want to make sure the funding's in place for that. I realize we can only go so fast because it will have a short-term negative impact before we get the positive long-term impacts. But I agree to make sure that it's funded to move it as quickly as possible. And the two new projects you mentioned, well, it says Fleet Bay improvements, but I think that also included paving a piece on the outdoors. So again, I see those as efficiency things, and the transfer switch, if it breaks, it's going to be anything but efficient. So to me, it always seems labor costs so much, and if people want to get paid more with raises and so forth, the only way we can afford to do that is if we can get more done. So I'm always in favor of one-time investments. I'll use the word investment with a big I on it, that will reap benefits in making labor more efficient.
Any further comments? It looks like we're all in agreement, unless I see otherwise with a hand up. Okay. Item number 4, which is to direct staff on how to prioritize implementation of 5 potential new projects. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. So I feel like the CIP is always fun because these are always such exciting things. It's fun to imagine, our town transforming in these ways. So by far my number 1 here is Blossom Hill Road safety improvements. I'm really, really grateful to staff because I know that there was a lot of work that went into securing those agreements and getting those grants. And I know it's very hard to work with other municipalities. So an $80,000 for, nearly $1 million of improvement seems like a really big win. And I think, we can all remember sitting here a year ago when we had just dealt with 2 fatalities. And so I think that this is the exact sort of thing that our constituents were asking for at that time. So I think this is really exciting, and I'm really glad to see this moving forward. And then the other one that I'll highlight is the Town Parks Master Plan. I think that is such a great idea. I think as the director mentioned, with our new developments, I think this is going to be all the more important to continue making sure we have plentiful access to green space. The one thing I wanted to put in there is, I've brought this up before, but bringing a little bit of an equity lens to this, looking at like the northern parts of our town, we have, there's not really any parks up there. The places where there's, already some more dense housing. So I think that's just such a great idea. Excited to dive into that. And then similar to some of the other comments we've heard about funding, I'm sort of curious to, maybe when we look at this the next time, being able to see some ballpark figures here. Something like the Air Force plane, if that's, cheap, I feel like that's a really easy thing to say yes. But if that's, particularly expensive, that's obviously, not a huge priority. For me, it's not the same safety sort of improvements that we're talking about with some of these other things. And then I really like the solution for the pickleball. I think that's a pretty elegant solution to a difficult problem. I don't think I'm there yet on sound mitigation, especially for Blossom Hill. I think that Blossom Hill's, how I'm thinking about that park. Those are kind of in the middle of the park, so I think that probably wouldn't be a huge deal. But I like the idea of all of that. And then the last one I'll mention is the event closure on Montebello Way. I think that's obviously, I don't think that's as critical as probably fixing Overlook Road, but that is such a cool idea of collapsible bollards for that space, and we do close it all the time. And I think the store owners there are thinking about closing it even more. So yeah, I just think it's all great and exciting stuff. Super supportive of all of this. I wish we could do it all, but that's kind of my ranking.
Councilmember Ristow.
Thank you. Probably somewhat similar thoughts, although I would say when I look at the downtown streetscape, I would say to any extent possible, delay paving Santa Cruz Avenue. I think we know that the semi-permanent parklets are semi-permanent, but they have some life in them, and repaving, my understanding, would involve then ripping those out. So I think unless there's risk to public health, I think we can delay paving that road and do the paving somewhere else. For the Montebello collapsible bollards, that's something I've been asking for years, but what I think about is we don't know what's going to happen at the post office end of it. So one thing I would consider is maybe the collapsible bollards at the Main Street end, but not at the other end, giving flexibility in case the other end turns into a two-way street that goes to the parking lot, or we just close off that section. But I would be interested in knowing what that would cost, because that is a really elegant and easy way to open and close the street. I've seen it in other cities, and it's fantastic. It also looks nice. The tennis court resurfacing, it sounds like, in terms of serving our residents, and, we've got outdoor trails, we've got outdoor activities. Pickleball is really popular. I don't think we can really afford to do much sound mitigation. Reading the report, it sounds like that is cost prohibitive at the moment. Potentially putting a sign up requesting that people be good neighbors and consider green equipment or whatever, but some of the other softer approaches to literally quieting it down seem very difficult to enforce. But I do think the request for more courts and potentially having 4 more courts at Blossom Hill Road will decrease the number of people using Rinconada. Or it may double how many people in town play pickleball. Hard to say. Oak Meadow airplane coating, we have a contract with the Air Force. So are we running out of time by when we need to coat the plane, or is it just we need to keep the plane in good shape and we're getting close to that? And are they going to come out and inspect it and take the plane away? Well, I'm curious, what are the consequences to, delaying?
No, we're not out of time, and it's more of a safety issue as far as sharp edges and things like that.
Okay, and is it more expensive if the coating degrades, or is it just the coating has to be taken off and redone, whether we do it this year or in 2 or 3 years?
Coating has to come off.
Okay, so unlike deferring street repair, where the repairs become more expensive over time, this is the same cost.
Yeah, the coating's coming off one way or the other.
I haven't played on it in a couple of weeks. Okay, so I guess that depends on how expensive it is. So similar to other comments, if that's not super expensive, we should just get that taken care of. How long does the coating last?
I would say, without needing any repairs, probably you're going to get 4 or 5 years, and then you're going to start having to do patching.
Okay. All right, thank you. The overlook streetscape, I think we need to probably take a look at what the possibilities are, what the cost will be of taking out the asphalt, and options for whether there's a sidewalk there or not. But it was the highest priority to get those trees down, and after spending almost $300,000 getting the trees down, I don't want to ignore that, but I think we also have other priorities. So it's medium to me, and Blossom Hill safety improvement coupled with the city of San Jose would be my top priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rennie?
Thank you. So with the overlook, I'll start with the last one, I guess. The overlook streetscape, we tend to want to always go to sidewalk because that's the fanciest thing, but it is a lot more expensive. I'm trying to think how far that asphalt path goes up the street, but if it goes all the way up past the apartments, that's probably more than $1 million just to put sidewalk in. So I would tend to err on the side of keeping an asphalt way that's going to be much cheaper than spending on a sidewalk, unless somebody can convince me it's really needed. We've done with the asphalt walk for a long time. It probably needs to be taken out and flattened from all the roots that used to be there, and then I'm assuming much cheaper to go back with asphalt. Just some thoughts on that one. Don't know how pressing that is compared to some of the other things on our list. I would also have much lower down the downtown streetscape. I know we had talked a while back about wanting to transform the street, but I think we really have transformed the street quite a bit with the parklets, and we've invested quite a bit of money in the parklets, and the street is very successful now. There's a lot of people visiting. I mean, I'm proud of what we've done down there. I don't know that it's not perfect, but I don't know that we need to rush out and do more now. Councilmember Risto mentioned putting off repaving because I think she's assuming we'd have to tear up the parklets. The same thing I would think is let's not tear up the parklets for a long time, and if that means you can't do a reconstruction on the street, that means you'd better have it on maintenance mode with crack seals and cape seals frequently so we can really extend the life before we have to do a reconstruction of the street that would require the parklets to be removed. I mean, you're the experts to figure out whatever that takes to the cape seals or whatever the right solution is, but my preference is to keep the parklets for as long as possible, or actually, well, we'll see. 10 years from now, they may be falling down and look terrible, and we'll be in a hurry to get rid of them. But for now, I think let's go with what we have and try not to invest other than making sure the street lasts longer. I think you've been putting off any kind of sidewalk repairs because we thought we would do something soon. There may be really some ADA needs to maybe get with some of the cracks in the sidewalk. I think probably where there's bricks, I'm trying to remember now, but that we might want to change our thinking. We've been keep putting off sort of safety improvements like cracking sidewalks or lifting sidewalks because we thought we were going to do more soon, and I'm saying not soon. Let's reverse our thinking. That's at least my thoughts on that. So let me go to the other items. I definitely think,
if I could interrupt you, we're almost at midnight, and I need that motion to have you talk further. The council member Moore was reminding me at the time, so I'm going to look for him to make the motion.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to extend this meeting until 12:15.
I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Please continue, Councilmember Rennie.
I'll go faster. So the pickleball, I definitely think we should invest in pickleball. It's definitely a growing need. It's a changing need. So to keep up with the changing needs, but I have started playing pickleball myself this year, not in our parks, but at a gym. And what I've come to observe is certainly as people are getting older, they want to stay active. It's going to improve their wellness. And pickleball is a fun social game. Tennis is maybe a one-on-one. Pickleball is 4 people, or maybe they come out with 8 people playing on 2 courts, and then they switch up the twos. And so it really becomes a social game, and I think that's going to help older people. I see it helping older people stay active because they're getting out and doing something that's fun. As I'm starting to get older, that pull of staying in my chair at home is stronger, and so I need something fun to get me out and keep me active. So I think it's an important sport that fits in with our older adult focus that we have to try to help people stay active and in better wellness as they get older. And I have mentioned before we should think about the town parks master plan. Again, pickleball, I mean, we're kind of jumping ahead with the pickleball because it's clearly a need, but my thoughts again on that was, do we have the right sports facilities across? And we're already saying, yeah, pickleball needs to be considered. Are there other changes? Do we have more people moving into town that want to do Tai Chi, or, I don't know what it is, but certainly as demographics change, other things change, it may be different needs for what we want. I think we had an email from somebody suggesting pickleball courts at Oak Meadow because the noise will be less of a problem. I don't think we mentioned that tonight. There seems to be a lot of space at Oak Meadows. I don't know, our parking lot's not that big, but people park up on University. So again, that goes to this whole master planning. Maybe we're quickly jumping to Blossom Hill Park, which is nice because it's the other end of town from Rinconada, but somebody's suggestion that Oak Meadow could be good because it's far away and noise isn't going to be as much of an issue. So again, maybe we need to do a little master planning to think this through. I don't want to slow down pickleball solutions, but did I cover everything? I'm going to stop.
Vice Mayor Hudes.
Thank you. With regard to pickleball, I think we really need to understand where we are on it. It sounds like everywhere there's increased demand. I'd be interested in the demand-supply situation in town and how other communities around us with similar demographics are with regard to demand and supply. And that would help us with what we do with the tennis courts and what we do with the park master plan. Coating of the Air Force plane, that sounds like a must-do. Safety, Blossom Hill safety improvements, absolutely we need to do that. I question whether this is really going to be enough to keep this thing moving. And so it just looks like a very low number to me. I mentioned the parks master plan. It's a good thing, but I think that we do know that there are some needs that aren't being met. There were a couple from the older adult roadmap in terms of walking track and some other things that maybe are input to our Parks and Sustainability Commission to look at. Streetscape enhancements on Overlook. Yeah, we did the removal. We need to move forward on it. I think moving to a much upgraded sidewalk is a challenge. The sidewalk only goes halfway up the street, and so the big issue with the asphalt was the roots, and so without those trees, it'd be interesting to see whether we could maintain an asphalt situation there. Downtown streetscape, I think a little bit differently about this one. So we dedicated a lot of money from this to the parklets, and the challenge is that the parklets have helped our food and beverage and restaurants tremendously, but taking away the parking has hurt our retail, and we've seen this shift in the mix downtown, and I'm not sure it's the way we want to go. And I'm not sure that some of the long-term existing retailers are going to even survive given everything else. So this is where wayfinding comes in. I don't really see it on the list, and we had that as phase one of the wayfinding plan, and we're moving very slow on it. The static signs was only part of that. The electronic signs, which now can be done much more cheaply with cameras, are things that we should be looking at. So I would like to look at that streetscape project, look at it as assuming the parklets are going to be here, but what else can we do to help stimulate business in downtown and particularly we already know that wayfinding is important. So, and then event closure for Montebello Way, again, that would be a matter of whether it's cost effective to do this. It sounds like a nice solution, but without the dollars attached to it, if it's too much money, we'll have to do with the way we've been doing it. That's all I have.
Okay, I'll provide my comments, and my top priority, it's always been public safety, so I'm going to go with 3 items that have to do with public safety, and that's number 1 is the Blossom Hill Road safety improvements. It's so important. Number 2 would be the Air Force plane. It breaks my heart that we've got a lot of sharp edges that can cause injuries. You have a lot of very young children and toddlers playing on that. There could be some liability issues there. The event closure for Montebello Way, again, that's another public safety concern. So those 3 are prioritized for me. I like the idea of the pickleball courts, and that's 4. I'm supposed to prioritize 5. I would say the townwide parks master plan, I would need to know a little bit more about that. So that's my input. Any other input from council members? Or any questions? We don't need any motions. You have all the information you need. Wonderful. I think we can. Okay, Councilmember Moore.
There's a page 10. The one question I had on the theater is, do you have any sense for how long it's going to take for the replacement, for the funds to accumulate to replace the seats? Because that would obviously be a really cool thing for the community.
I'm going to ask the finance director if she's got insight into that fund. And
Can you hear me? Yes, thank you. So this is the first year when we have two of the stores is rented. So we started to get rental revenue the prior year, but this is the first year that we started to get some excess revenue we are going to get from the theater itself. So based on the theater performance, we can see that funding can grow. We estimate approximately $70,000 the end of the last fiscal year. So it might grow within a couple of years.
Okay, got it. Yeah, so it sounds like there would maybe be like a 3-4 year timeline. I'd be interested if the Los Gatos Theater or Cinelux is particularly interested in doing this, maybe, if they wanted to go halfway on the seats with us, if we get that up to $150,000 next year, maybe they could pitch in the other half. Just a thought.
Any further comments from council members? With that, we've wrapped everything up. This meeting's adjourned.